Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, October the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Yeah, Jared. Well, as it says around 9 o'clock, okay, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys? Okay, thank you, William, and maybe thank you, Kieran, in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, obviously, we've got a tremendous winner. Well, winner, only if you're in it. Mover this morning, SBRB. Look at the float, 530,000 in the float. SBRB granted breakthrough therapy designation by the FDA. So there's your news for SBRB. You know what? Shares just became available for me at Interactive Brokers. There were none earlier. So I guess people who were short are just gagging now and have covered. There's 2,400 shares right now. Boy, I mean, at some point, yeah, I'm only speaking of Interactive Brokers, of course. Others may have completely different, but you can see how this is Interactive Brokers telling me how many shares are available. Now there's 1,700. So, but you can see how this changes as people are snapping up shares. That's at Interactive Brokers. All right, other things. AMD, my goodness. So if you want to participate in AMD and you don't want to buy the stock, but you can buy this one, guys, if you think it's going to keep moving up, or at some point during the day, maybe it has a pullback and then moves up. This is the long ETF long for AMD. Look at the volume, 30 million shares. So obviously very, very liquid. And that's up 71%. So the stock itself is going to be up about 30%, not 35%, sorry. Okay, half. That's what the ETF double does for the AMDL. But remember, if AMD starts to fall a bit, say it falls a point, AMDL is going to fall 2 points, 2%. Just so you know. There's several. Boy, there's this one too, AMDG, AMUU. But this is definitely the one because it's so liquid. CRML. Critical metals. Okay. Boy, I look at this one also as seems so many of these interesting ones to short. I don't get up early enough. Well, I can't. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. Living in Vancouver, so. But there are a lot of these things that just at the drop a couple of dollars. Tremendous shorts. Don't have to worry about getting a fill as long as you have shorts available. SOPA, SOPA, SOPA. Trying to see why this is Society Pass report. Okay, so it's not well. We don't have it as an earnings play. It looks like it's almost like it's like an earnings play. Okay, that I do, Obi. Yeah, so SOPA is. I mean, technically, it's not an. Well, we don't have it as an earnings play, but it may as well be. They're releasing all sorts of financial data. So that's SOPA, SOPA. LPTX, which was not on my list. It must be, wasn't on my list, but huge pop, huge pop. Oh, hope nobody got nailed on this. Look at this. A pop up to 374, right back down to $1, raising 58 million by private placement. Wow. Probably, you know what? 33 million. It's not a crazy low float. So AMD, to dive into it just a little bit more, is something to do with OpenAI. Not the remember the Intel rumor. There was an Intel rumor about AMD. I don't know if, well, let's take a look at Intel. That was on Thursday and Friday. But AMD on its own, as chipmaker latest to get OpenAI deal. Okay, so that's the reason. Gave OpenAI a warrant for as many 160 million shares of AMD stock. Wow. Okay, what a move. I mean, that's a huge move, guys. Obviously, with 1.6 billion in the float to move 35%, that is a massive move with that float. ONMD, are you still? Yes, ONMD. Something to do with a Palantir deal, PLTR. Teams up with Palantir to supercharge AI in healthcare. Speaking of AI, even AI itself, the stock was over 20, sorry. Reason I even looking at this is that on a weekly chart, it has a ton of room, 20, almost up to 24. It's been, it was the initial AI play months ago, well, years ago. But it has just been chopping around for the last couple of years. Whoops, weekly. Well, a lot happening. ASPN on the move also. ASPN on the move. Uh, Somebody mentioned that a new CEO, Ricardo Rodriguez, as a chief financial officer. CFO. So new CFO. William, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this one. Sky. Have you had a chance to look at Sky? Not the Sky, but Sky. SKYE. Their weight loss drug failed. Wonder what else they've got going on, or is that it? And that's SKYE. Weight loss drug misses the main goal in its mid-stage study. I could not find any news on this one, but man, and it was shortable for me. But I didn't want to look at this. So this is BLNE, guys. This was shortable for me. I was watching. I was surprised there were shares available. 373 down to 235, and then popping right back up to 335. That's a crazy trader this morning, obviously. I don't see any news on it whatsoever. Not today, anyway. I see news from the 30th, but September 30th, but I do not see any news on it today. LAR, I'm hearing it. LAR up 9. Argentina, okay. Lithium Argentina, okay. How is Argentina doing? Yeah, I mean, this is the Argentinian country ETF at the pop, then the steady decline, a little bit of a move on Thursday, but Friday, nothing yet. Basically flat right now. I'm just wondering, looking at LAR, Argentinian stock, shares are trading higher. Broader lithium stocks may be in sympathy with Lithium Americas following, okay, DOE agreement. Okay. And this is a more expensive one, but SANM, so it's got something to do with OpenAI, and so it's the same kind of news that hit AMD. Look at that. No, at least, okay, 52 million in the float, up 47%. But that's SANM. Surges after AMD announces partnership with OpenAI, and obviously there's a big tie-in with that and SANM. So we have got activity obviously this morning. SPY is up a bit. AAOI, well, after a couple of days of being kind of down, 29.46 would be the next high, or 29, yeah, about 29.46, 41 or so would be the next high. If you took that out, $31, a little over 31 would be the next high for AAOI. So I'm going to put a price alert there just to see if it gets there. It's on the move right now. I wonder if there's any, I don't see any news on it, specific news on it. Oh, I see your little haiku, William. Wow, MLTX now, guys, on the move. This is one that I was so interested in, but it chopped around the day I really wanted it. But look at, I mean, it's all about how much how much room there is. Obviously, they had a horrible day that day, dropping from 62 down to 570. But it's been, sort of crawling back over the last 4 days, 4 or 5 days, and that is MLTX. You know what? I think this is one of those. Yeah, I don't think there was horrible news. I think it just dropped because it's one of these high price. Well, actually, this is Switzerland. Sorry, excuse me. Thought it was not China. So excuse me. And wow, Bitcoin is still charging. I know it. Somebody said. Well, somebody I read that it got over 125,000. But it is up 2,000. So this boy, Bitcoin, what a tear it's been on. Ever since it's about 108, I think 108 or so was the low. I'm just like, this is of course not Bitcoin itself, but want to trade Bitcoin, you can use this. This is the ETF. A lot happening, guys. My gap ups are full. My gap downs, not many. Okay, so SPRB is kind of resting. Hard to see that on a 15, but on a 5, it's kind of resting a bit. Boy, hit 37.64. Look at this. I wonder if people read that wrong. Maybe they thought they announced that they had earnings of 58 million or revenues of 58 million or something, because that is nonsensical. I mean, it just popped the 375 back down under a dollar, just like that. All right, this core metal, hmm, well, it's underneath the VWAP. VWAP is around 1255. So Now there's a difference. You know, the VWAP we have it at 1291. That probably is the VWAP because I don't think obviously it's not taking into account the pre-market. But I will put a price alert there just in case it wants to head back up, takes out the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Now the Dow was up quite a bit. We had a little disconnect in the market on Friday. The Dow was up, Qs were down, SPY was flat. Take a look at. I want to take a look at energy as always. See what energy is doing. XLE. So still hanging above the 200-day. Okay, still hanging above it. And healthcare XLV has been on a run. Yeah, what a run healthcare has been on. You know, Moderna and Pfizer and all. I'm sure they must be in this sector. They've been on a run, both of them, and I'm sure some of the other big pharmas. So, yeah, seemed like it was forever that this XLV was the by far the worst performing sector. And we've got staples, consumer staples. Yeah, so this is taken over. This is taken over. This is the worst performing sector right now. I don't mean it's tanking or anything, but I mean it is certainly underneath the 200-day moving average. I want to take a look at discretionary. I've looked at some of these for a while now. In fact, why don't I do them all? XRT. So so the retail ETF still well above the 200-day. Communications, yeah, well above. XLK technology, I'm sure it's well above. Just want to see if there's any. Communications a little bit weaker. You know, it's technology though is still ripping higher. Industrials, XLI. Material, XLY. Dividends. Let's see. Take a look at. I'm sorry, discretionary. That's discretionary. Well above that 200-day. XLU is dividends. Well, utilities still way above. So really, there's only one laggard, guys, and that is consumer staples. Take a look at financials. I know it's going to be above, but these are all the major sectors, guys. Well, Justin, there's always a chance, whether it happens or not. So, I mean, to answer your question, sure, there's always a chance. I mean, SOFA is, 674, or sorry, the next high. I wonder if that's a yearly high. I don't know, but 395. There's always a chance. Very low float, 5.6 million. It's kind of an earnings play. I mean, you got to view it like it's an earnings play. Ascendant, I guess they're some kind of an analyst firm, so they're raising it to 22 from 18. Their price target, pretty aggressive. 18 was aggressive enough. Now raise it, and here's another one. Okay, so that was on the 4th, so they were even raising it higher now. That was on the 4th, okay, October 4th. So this group called Ascendiant is definitely in favor of this company called SOPA. Let me see if there's any other analysts. So again, anything is possible, Justin, but whether it happens, I mean, we don't know. 130% low float, ton of volume. So, William, I don't know if you heard me, or maybe you already answered. I'm sorry if I missed it. But the Sky, the SKYE, they got anything else going on? You don't have to. Just in case have you taken a look at SKYE? hammered down because their obesity drug has failed, late stage. Well, Mrs. Main, okay, it's actually a mid-stage study. Mrs. The main goal, but probably all they do. Mara, guys. So, of course, turning into now more of a Bitcoin play that follows Bitcoin a little more closely. Always used to, but then when they did the readjustment, don't even can't even remember what the term is anymore, but the readjustment for the miners. What was it, a couple of years ago for and Riot and Mara got really had discontinued really following Bitcoin as closely as they used to. How's Riot doing? I think Riot had more room. That's a tie now, guys. Riot and Mara. Who will win? Mara's at 1965, and Riot is at 2030. So they're about the same. Okay, so David, I don't use that. I think you're talking what Dan does. It's just, you know what? I just use the SPY. I mean, I, it's just kind of market pulse. I mean, what's moving, what's not moving. Okay, I personally just use the SPY as my overall market barometer. I know, uh, I know Dan uses that compare count window. It's just kind of giving you a bit of a snapshot of what's what. I mean, I don't know what his parameters are exactly, but I don't know if it's large cap, small cap, and it's just comparing them. Okay, I just use the SPY really, to be honest, as my market barometer. I mean, I do have a compare count window that I every now and then I look at, and it will compare. What it does is it sort of takes two competing scans. So, say I wanted to find stocks that were moving up with 300,000 shares minimum volume that were moving up versus stocks that were moving down with 300,000 shares volume. Okay, now there would be more filters in place, but you would see, okay, how many are moving up versus how many are moving down. So giving a kind of a pulse, market pulse. I choose just to use the SPY. I don't tend to overcomplicate it, but that's just my that's just me. But I know Dan uses it. I just find it, using the SPY is just as a quick glance is just as good for me. But for instance, the compare count can also. I don't do it, but if you wanted to say take the energy sector as an example, okay, and you wanted to look at all stocks in the energy sector, and you could create maybe a symbol list with the stocks that are in the energy sector, and then you could do a compare count of the ones moving up versus the ones moving down, stuff like that. I don't do it, but some do. Or take a specific sector, looking at the ones moving up versus the ones moving down. All right, guys. USAR on the move again, guys. USAR on the move again. Interesting. And they had news actually this morning, selling 8.3 million shares, trying to raise money, obviously. So that didn't hit the stock at all. Didn't hurt at all. Did not hurt at all. So the high on Friday was 28.28. course, all these rare earth metal stocks have been soaring. And that's why, even though this is Argentina, this is soaring also, LAR. I don't think I may have seen this one in the past, but you know what? And wow, this is an all-time high. Cheap to be an all-time high, but this is an all-time high. I wonder if that's correct. I mean, we've got it as, as an all-time high. I wonder if it changed symbol names at some point, but at any rate, it's on the move, okay? LAR on the move, and it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low, of course. It's a big move, 13%. Shortable for me. Okay. This is shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So I'm actually going to keep an eye on it. As it tops out a bit. There are a ton of shares available. 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers. Wow. Just give me a moment, guys. I almost forgot. It's 9:26, so I want to get my other layout up and running. Just give me one moment. Well, we don't have a 4-hour. We don't have no. If you're talking a time frame, that's it. If you're talking about a 4-hour, no. Okay, now get my layout that I use, my 9:30 layout. Okay, and one last thing to do. So these are the pre-market actives pared down to the top 6, okay? So we still have so what have I talked about them all? Yes, I have. So of course the SPRB still the biggest percentage move in the pre-market with my filters. There's the SOPA. That's the long version, okay? If you think, well, even if it doesn't keep going higher now, but maybe AMD has a pullback, okay? AMD has a pullback. So if you thought it was going to have a pullback and then pull back and then you want to take the trade, this is give you double the move, okay? So AMD, the stock is up half that. AMD is a double, 2-time. So let's call that about 37.5% for AMD is up right now. All right, guys, it is now, let's see, 9:29 plus 20 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. I may make an exception if I see something on the short side, okay? But I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And that's not a recommendation to do the same thing. It's just telling you what I tend to do or not do. These races will start at 9:30. Probably not get anything in here to start. All right, guys, we're now open for business. So there's the SMR. What happened here? This price alert. Okay, AAOI. Put a price alert on this one. Remember, okay, it's trying to take out that high right there, 29.38. And if it does and hold, but it's too early for me. I'll tell you that right off the bat. I mean, it might just rip like it is now, but I'm just not comfortable with trading so early. Now, AMDY, what is this one? AMDY. Okay. The yield max. Oh, so I thought it had something to do with AMD. So they just got halted on the way up, guys, I guess. Yeah. Now, does that mean well, anyway, it got halted on the way up. And SPRB just got halted on the way down, sorry. On the way down. You never know. You never know until you see it. Now the opening SPY candle or bar is doing this right now. All right, the USAR guys, USAR taking out the high now of Friday or at the high of Friday. I don't know if it's going to take it out completely, but it's at the high of Friday. See how the price alerts work? You should be using price alerts if you're not, so you can keep an eye on important level. Well, what you might think are important levels for a stock to hit. Oh, son of a guns! CRML. I was wondering about this one. This is oh no. Well, guys, yeah, I don't understand why that happens. Every now and then when I type in a symbol, I get frozen. So I'm going to have to restart. Not a big deal, but I have to restart trade ideas. So just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to have to load my layout again. So not a big deal. Only 3 minutes in. The only reason I bit of a pain because now I lose the ones that might have won a race early, but that's okay. In fact, I'm running 4 minute races, so there's a CRML, guys. There is that. No, that's I'm not going to type it in right now, but there's a CRML, and put a price alert around the VWAP. Okay, that's why I put that price alert. So it's approaching the VWAP right now. Now look at the USAR. That's oh man, USAR now it's had a pullback, bit of a pullback now. Wow. Okay, QS is showing up on my small cap breakout on the way down. Okay, a lot of room. Obviously, look left on the daily chart. 1421 was the low on Friday. So okay, guys, let's see if this has any power on the way down. I'm very interested in this one. Underneath the whole number, a ton of room looking left, 1425. It just went negative. You can see it just went negative briefly. 9:36, so it's a little early. I'm just waiting to see how well this holds under 16, guys. I'm going to put a price alert around the 1580 mark, see if it takes it out again. Well, guys, SPRB got halted on the way down, but when it resumed, it ripped higher. And I mean, well, 32.7. Yeah, I call that a rip. It got halted at 32.78, and we're at 39 now. I'm sure it's going to get halted again. Look at this. Yeah, it's going to get halted again. Why? Because the spread is it's a penny in a stock that's trading so actively, almost impossible for that. And they just got halted again. So this blue screen you're seeing here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This will tell me this will use it for more than just halts and resumes, of course. But you can see SPRB halted at 39.13 in red. This column right here, I'm going to show you potentially where it could open. Doesn't have to. And you notice how it fluctuates. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch this QS. Just want to see if it gets in the 1570s, probably gets me in as a short. Look at AI, guys. AI, the stock, cratering underneath 20 now. Well, it's hard to know about that, Grumpy. I mean, probably, unless you've got Centerpoint, Trade Zero, or Cobra, probably didn't have shorts available for SPRB. So I didn't. I don't know. Maybe people at E Trade or Fidelity may have had some shorts available. But yeah, I mean, with that sort of a float, at some point it's going to be an amazing short, of course, but it's always a challenge as to when. Really? I don't recall that. So it must have been earlier on in the pre-market, Dwayne. Oh, did I? Oh, you're right. This it was showing like 1,700 shares, 2,000, 2,000. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This is QS. This is not. No, you are right. Hmm. Speaking of QS, okay. Meanwhile, guys, the SPY, we're still up a point and a half, but the SPY, here's your opening 930 bar, and we're continuing down for a bit anyway. So that AMDY opened and definitely and popped higher. Okay, guys, let me take a look at some of these little large cap movers. ORLA, next high looking left, a little too close. Chipotle, CMG. This is on, let's see, no real reason that I can see other than they're introducing Chip or Treat. Okay, that's cute. Giving fans free rewards all October. All right. Oh man, this has got a lot of room. This Pixelworks guys, PXLW. Not a lot of volume yet, but so it looks like the high today was 1198. So it's a big pullback. Boy, CRML guys, I don't know where it is with respect to the VWAP, but it got to be darn close. In fact, not only close, it's shoot. Look at that. So it broke through the VWAP now, guys. CRML. I see you're also putting that in there, OB. Yeah, broke through the VWAP. Okay, where could this go? On a weekly chart, can't see anything. So on a monthly chart, next high looking left is 1396. So still has some room on the monthly chart. This is a not a high float, not low. Oh, good. QS moving down a little bit now for me. And then nonstop. I did see. How about SMR this morning also? SMR. Yeah, NNE and probably Oklo, OKLO. Yeah, look, wow. Well, Oklo, the volume is coming in right now, guys. Look at the volume coming into Oklo. I'm sorry. Well, that's the first 15 minute. That's the first 15-minute bar. Look at the volume coming into Oklo, OKLO. You know what, guys? I got out of the QS. I just don't think it's going to be super dynamic enough for me, but made a little bit on it. I want to get out or I'm out. That was on the short. All right. Well, here's Moderna underneath the whole number of 28. mRNA underneath the whole number of 28. So it's starting to slide now a bit. Let me get back to my daily chart for Moderna. It's had a nice run from the bottom here of 24, got up to 29, but below Friday's low now. Whoa. Thank you, Stifle. All right, so SPRB looks like it. Well, obviously, it's going to be longer than even a 10-minute halt. So typically I'm sorry, I don't know when it got halted right after, but it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for SPRB. And now the potential open, 43 from 39, potential open. What's the next? You mean then looking left for SMR? On a daily chart, the next high is 44.73 approximately. Let me just 44.70. Okay, PKT. That's the next high. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high. SPRB just opened. No shorts available right now, which is a good thing, more than likely, good thing. Oh, Cafe Ole. Okay. Intel, guys, on the move. Intel, INTC, on the move. Coming maybe in to see that red line. That is the next high looking left on a daily chart. You can't see it. Let's see, I'll go to a monthly chart. It would have been some daily high in this month, which is over a year ago, April of 2020. Excuse me, April of 2024. Okay, guys, FCX is on the move here. It had a drop. I don't think, I wonder if it might have even gone negative, but it's now gone positive. Okay, the next high, look, to get to my daily chart. I know there's room. Yeah, there's room. Look at that. The next high is 42 or so. So there is room. There's about $1.50 to that next high for FCX. Ooh, that's not a good headline at all. 5 missing workers are found dead after Indonesia mine disaster. So that is obviously that is their mine. We're reading about that on the weekend. Yeah. Okay, SBRB just got halted on the way down again, guys. Okay, one moment. All right, interesting. The RAI wants to short this. PXLW wants to short Pixelworks. Interesting. It's down. So it's trying to short on the little bit of a pop up here. Shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Big miss for me, guys, was CRML. Oh, man. Big miss. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Well, maybe I've seen the symbol, but I didn't know the name. NUSA, NUSA Trip Incorporated. By the way, speaking of Trip, Trip is the trade of the week. Let's see how it's doing. The trigger was something over 16, I think. So I guess it did trigger. It did get up to 16. So I think the trade of the week has triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. Ah, so obviously there are people just trying to play a bounce for Sky E. Nice, yeah, off the two. I mean, it's bad news for the company. Mid-stage failure of their obesity drug. So I mean, it's people. There are people out there that will play bounces. Typically, I don't, but certainly there's a room just because of the massive drop, down 54%. Pretty low float, also 20 million in the float. Shade is in, I guess, ONMD. I'm just noticing it at the top here. Yeah, so Mitch, we talked about this in the pre-market, teaming up with Palantir to supercharge their AI in healthcare or AI in healthcare. Where could this go? Weekly chart, monthly chart. So the next high on a monthly chart. So yeah, on a monthly chart, it's got room to 232. Yeah, I should have taken this FCX. Just absolutely should have taken it. It is flying. My small gap breakout. Okay, small gap breakout. Remember, all that means is that the gap is not excessive at the beginning of the day. That's all that means. Instead of so you're not looking at a stock that has already gapped up a lot. You're looking at a stock that is not gapped up that much, but it still has good volume, and it could be starting up. Well, I'm glad I got out of the QS. Ooh, this one, I mentioned this one a little earlier, this Chipotle. So the alert came in as a potential short at around 41.50, and it got down to 41.21. Look at the room it's got, $40 or so is the potential. Whoa, a really nice one. Man, Fig had an alert at 52.30, so it's dropped to short. Okay, so it's dropped a dollar. This is Fig. Oh, that's at Figma, right? The Adobe competitor, I guess. All right, guys, it's 9:56. So I think what I'll do now is just talk about my homepage and the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So I'm just going to put my homepage link in. So first of all, before I begin, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, in either our YouTube room or the main room, the format is this: on the main room is open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Excuse me. I open the YouTube room around 8:30. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone not conducive to opening, getting up at 3:30. So anyway, I get on the mic at about 9 o'clock though for both rooms. And for those of you who are in YouTube, just to let you know, there is another room, a lot more active. Okay, a lot more action amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but if you do want to come into the trading room, it's free. It's the same. This is how you would do it. So click on save my homepage link and trading room right here. So those of you who come into the trading room every day, also you can save my homepage link and then click on trading room and that'll get you into the main room. What I call the main room. So the promos are still alive. Okay. So 33, you can get 30% off a premium annual. You can get 22% off a premium monthly. That's for the first month only. And if you want to take out a standard subscription, 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year for a standard. So again, if you want to commit to a premium annual, you can get to 30%. You can get 30% off. All I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription anytime in the future, use my code, whatever it is on this on my homepage. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep the rooms free. And if you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the free trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I just took a look at it. It is TRIP this week, TRIP. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription, click on the more info. Well, first of all, go down to the education section, click on more info. First thing you have to do if you're going to take out a subscription is the getting started with trade ideas. Short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, wondering if it's, well, is this something I should even try? Start off on that second video. Again, these are all short videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is the right program for you to at least try. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, series of free videos for you if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. Middle section, here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is one of the races that you can see here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I have a couple others that I'm running. They're not on here, but if you want them, just ask me. I have other scans that I do not have up and running, but you can take a look at them. The momentum scan, the gap scan, and also the Pepe combo scan. Here's the Halts resumes over here. So any questions about them, by all means, you can ask. Okay. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. All right, this one just got halted, guys. LXEH, and wow, got halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. Yeah, I suppose you call me McMail. I suppose you would call me more of a trend trader. All right, so this is on the move. Corteva is on the move, guys. Room to the well, you got have the 200-day moving average right up here. So a couple of dollars away. Wow, look at AI. I thought maybe this would have a nice run today, but nope. It took out 20. When you look left, it had a lot of room. Look at the weekly chart. It had a lot of room on that weekly chart, but nope. Meanwhile, the market has been in sell-off mode ever since 9:25. I didn't see anything on the economic calendar today. No data is coming out that I could see, so didn't put anything. Didn't put it in the alert section. There's nothing that I saw anyway. Economic calendar, but ever since 9:25, we've been in basically a steady decline. We had a little blue bar here, but basically straight down. And the Dow is down. So you can see what's happening with another little disconnect. Remember on Friday, the Dow was up big. The Qs were down. You have a flip in that. Dows are down. Dow is down and the Qs are up. Well, QXO, a lot of shares available. 1.9 million available for me at Interactive Brokers. So underneath the whole number, I think a pretty psychological number also. 20. Looking left, it's got a ton of yeah, it's got a dollar to the next low, 1872 or so. Hmm. If there's any news on this one, or if it's just moving down because of the overall market. Yeah, good volume, 1.4 million, 1.8 times normal up to this time of day. So there is good volume. All right, guys, QXO. Let's see. It's a little parabolic on the way down on the 15. Probably something that might what do they even do? QXO, roofing, waterproofing, and complementary building products. Okay. Well, our AI was definitely wrong about the PXLW. This is a nice long now. Look at the room it's got, $15. All right, SOPA, SOPA. I have this one thumbnailed on my other one of my other monitors. So thumbnail chart on one of my other monitors. So the best I can say about it right now, it's holding the VWAP. Okay, it's a little, it's over the whole number of 3, holding the VWAP. So that as we speak, anyway, the VWAP is acting as support. Yeah, and this is kind of an earnings play. Okay, I'm going to call this an earnings play. So if I were interested in this, I would probably let's take a look at maybe the 3. I want to know about it if it hits say 318. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it right there, but I want to know about it. You guys are talking about Pali. I haven't seen Pali on my scan at all. PALI, big one from last week. I know that. Yeah, big one from last week. Yeah, I'm more concentrating on shorting, guys. I know not necessarily what everybody wants to do. These cheap ones, I haven't really been treating them that much. QXO guys, moving down, penny by penny. Just looking at some of these from the small gap breakout. Okay, the small gap breakout. Finding it's acting like a great watch list for me. Ooh, this is a good one from our AI. Arteris. Okay. Wow. 1316. I did not take this one. What's the float like? Pretty low float, 29 million. Great volume, 2 million. 9.6 times normal up to this time of day. See if there's any news on this one. And I'm talking about the AIP, almost a year high. So, Dwayne, if you think AMD could bounce here, so here's AMDL. This is the well, it's underneath the VWAP. It's underneath the VWAP. Yeah, Freeport. Wow, what a nice runner, guys. There's a dollar from the alert. I did not take that one. I'm just taking a couple of shorts so far, but out of the QS. I'm in the QX. Qs are wild for me. QXO on the short, it's giving me a little bit. Monica. So hopefully, I don't know if you're in this one, but yeah, look at this. IONR it just got halted. IONR just got halted. So if you're in this one, here is your potential open on the 790. Not a huge clue as to where it's going to open, but there it is right there. Probably a low float. Yeah, actually, it's not 47 million, not high, but it's not low. It's a nice, that's a big move, 65%. Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news today on it from my headlines anyway. Interactive Brokers, I do not see any news. Is this tied in at all with, no, nothing to do with AMD? They're shutting down a lot of Starbucks, aren't they? No, in Canada, they're shutting down a lot. I'm sure well, I know they're doing it in the States too, shutting down a lot of Starbucks locations. Yeah. So again, yeah. I mean, I actually should be looking at some of these as bounces though. The ones that have been short on, like the QS, QXO. I'm out. Just, I mean, I'm just trying to carve out a little bit of these shorts. I mean, obviously, I wish it would go down further, but okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting. SOPA doesn't look like it's going to do it. Yeah, SOPA starting to really give it up now. Underneath three, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not now, anyway. There may have been shorts available earlier. You know what's not dead yet is SPRB. Not dead yet. It is got down to 30 and has popped back up $5. I got to take a look at this PC. This is a remnant from Friday, I think. I have this one thumbnailed. Yeah, not a lot of volume. Singaporean stock, I believe. Yeah, Singaporean stock had a huge drop down to 8, but it did close here at 11, and it's continuing now. It popped up to 14. Very low float. Not much volume right now, though. Yeah, and a terrible spread. Look at that spread, 1240, 1275. Okay, how about Galaxy here? GLXY, because it's just over the whole number. And take a look at Galaxy, just over the whole number, guys. Okay, digital asset. Okay, but let's see where it could go. I want to take a look at it right to the monthly chart. Oh, this is okay. Well, I guess this was an IPO. I sort of remember now. All-time high IPO back here a few months ago. So that is GLXY. Sort of remember it now. So this is an IPO from, well, let's take a look again on the monthly chart. What month? Whoops, what month was it? So this month right here. So in May of this year. All right, guys, I'm going to try some of this. It's over the whole number. Drops down below it. I'm out. Could be a very quick in and out. I'm talking about the Galaxy GLXY. Yeah, long. Yeah, long. It's all-time high. Well, it's an all-time high. It's an IPO from last May. I should go over these. I didn't go over the races on Friday. I should go over the races again. Okay, for those of you who are, especially if you're new to trading. So let me go over this race right here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. So before I do that, though, I do want to show you on the homepage, my homepage, sorry, not the homepage, but my homepage. So I just put my homepage link in again. So if you click on it and you scroll down to the education section right here, education section, click on the more info. And at the top here, Trade Ideas User Guide. Okay. And if you click on that, you can see we have a whole section on stock racing. Okay, whole section on stock racing, because I'm going to go over this race right here. But here's how you can set up your own stock race with your own set of parameters. Okay, so it's a good reference for what I'm going to talk about right now. So I'm running 4-minute races again, all customizable. So I'm running a 4-minute race here. So what does this mean? 4.2%. That means that since the race started, well, and it just got supplanted. Now, APLT, since the race started, has moved up 2.5%. That's only 2 cents. It's a cheap stock. But you will sometimes see some very big percentage moves in this race, whereas you will not see them usually here. And the reason I'll explain that in a bit. But so what happens is over the course of eventually there'll be 10 stocks in here, the top 10 stocks. And those are the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So right now you can see that IVVD has won 2 races, ONMD 2 races, etc. Eventually there will be a top 10 list that is created. You can see there's a top 10 list already here and a top 10 list already here. So why is that what I call important? Because if you're new to trading, there's a lot going on. If you're looking at my screen, I mean, there's a lot going on, lots of symbols flashing by all day long. This gives you a nice watch list just to concentrate on. And again, this is in this particular race. You don't have to use, but I'll explain how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters, maybe following the stocks that you like to follow. But the concept is this, though: it'll give you a top 10 watch list that you can follow all day long. So even if you're not new to trading, though, this again can give you a nice watch list. So, a couple of things. You don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over before you click on the symbol. You see something moving up. You see if it's at the top, while the race is running, of course, I would click on it just to see what's happening. But if you see any stock in here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. You can get this race going again. It'll start. Usually takes half an hour, half a minute to rev up. Revving up the engines, and then the race will start. So again, if you see something that's moving up, just click on it. See any stock in here, click on it just to see what is happening. Here's a ARAI. Also, what I would do is if you see a stock that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Here's the CRML. Maybe it's pulling back into an area that you like. I can see right now that it's, maybe it'd be a pretty big pullback, but the VWAP is right here, or just over 13. Maybe it pulls back into the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP act as support. If you have a moving average on a chart, whatever time frame you're using, maybe you like to see a stock moving into a moving average. Maybe that acts as support. So that's why I'm saying if you have any trading experience at all, you can click on any one of them that has won a race, and maybe it's starting to set up for you depending on your trading style. So why are these stocks showing up here? Why is there a difference in all these stocks that are showing up in these three races? Well, let's take a look. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on the race, open the top list, here is a big list of stocks. I'm going to sort on the change from the close. Okay. So these are the stocks that are moving the most from Friday's close. So you can see that SBRB is up 344%, CRML is up 71%, etc. Okay. Before we had races, how you would use a top list window was kind of just like this. As long as you had a column header, you could double left click rapidly, double left click very rapidly, and you could sort on the column header. So in this case, I've sorted on the change from the close. And that's a classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Show me the stocks that are down the most. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. And within Trade Ideas, as long as you have the column header, you could sort on that. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from Friday's close. So that's great. Here's how you can see the stocks that are up the most, okay, from Friday's close. But a lot of people ask, well, that's great, but I don't want to see the stocks that are already have moved the most. I want to see maybe I want to see stocks that are maybe just starting out that aren't up a tremendous amount yet. Well, that's where the race comes in. The Galaxy's working out nicely for me so far, GLXY. Because the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from Friday's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started. So here's Stex. I have no idea where Stex is. It's up. It is up near here, but Orla. I know I saw Orla earlier. So Orla is up. I mean, it's up 10%. But what if all of a sudden Orla was really starting to move again, up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to stare at a giant list of stocks to see what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. The race takes care of that. Okay. And you can see if I right click on the race, you notice launch. I'm sorry, if I right click on the top list window, launch the real time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So now, why are these stocks showing up? Well, this is what I've got in this particular top list. So as long as the stock, wow, Galaxy is working out nicely. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and 200,000 shares minimum and up 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to be in this list of stocks. Now, I've actually limited it to 50. I don't know, there might not be 50 stocks in here. I've limited it to the top 50. You don't have to, but that's what I've done. But notice here, the bottom stock is up 6.6%. So hopefully this is starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. A price range that you like, a minimum volume that you like. Maybe add a filter if you have any trading experience at all. Maybe you want to add a filter in here. Okay, so that's why the obviously the top list is completely customizable, and then when you run your real time stock race from it, it'll be based on your set of parameters. Okay. You can also, if you wanted to, maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you love to follow all the time. You can do that. You can, what we call a symbol list or a watch list. You can create a watch list with those stocks in, and then you can attach it to the top list window and then run a race on those stocks, just those stocks all the time. Maybe it could be a different 20 or 30 stocks every day. That's okay, obviously, but maybe you've done some evening work and these are stocks you want to follow the next day. So maybe it's not always the same stocks, but I'm just trying to explain that you can create your own watch list of stocks that you want to follow and run a race on it. So if you have any questions about, racing and all that, and again, the race is customizable. I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whenever time frame you want. I start my race at 9:30 at the 9:30 open. You can run your race starting, whenever you open trade ideas, if that's what you want to do. If you open trade ideas in the pre-market, you can start running your race from the pre-market on. I've just decided to start running it, at 9:30. It's all customizable. Wow, Galaxy is giving me a nice trade now, guys. So I am concentrating more on the larger cap. Oh, I see. I don't know if you want to create more lanes, Barry. I think it just gets too crowded. Okay, in my opinion. Now, I'm not sure how many lanes you can actually create, but see, I've actually reduced it to 8. I used to have 10, and I've reduced it to 8 because really, I just want to see the stocks that are floating to the top. More. I don't mind seeing the ones down here, but let me see. Now, before I keep going, why you're so this is a different race. Well, okay, I'll answer your question, Barry. Let me just duplicate this because I don't want to I want this race to keep going. So I'm going to stop the race, okay, and then I'm going to right click and show the race setup. So hopefully now you can kind of see. Here's the minutes to run. That's how I'm running 4-minute races. Now the lanes. Let me see if it tops out at 13. No, it doesn't. It seems to top out at 15. It's, I think that is, certainly enough, but it seems to top out at 15. Let me see if that actually happens. See, this is 9:30. You see what I'm doing? Auto start at time. I've checked. So that's why even though I come on, I open this race before 9:30, but it doesn't start running until 9:30. Or you can say auto start unload. In other words, when you load trade ideas, it'll start running the race. But let me see if I can actually have 15 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I've got 14. I've got 15 in here, Barry. So the limit appears to be 15, which is plenty. You mean it actually blocks you at, it actually blocks you? So when you this is just a drop, this is just a, toggle? It actually stops at 13? Again, I think that's fine, but really interesting. I wonder why that would happen. See, for me, it stops at 15. I wonder if it depends on the type of race. What if you, load this race? Just out of curiosity, if you don't mind, you know how to I'll give you the link for this if you want. Well, even and Pepe says you can actually type a higher number. So yeah, I'll type in 20. Maybe you have to, maybe if it, well, hmm, doesn't allow me to type in, a higher number, Pepe. I'll type in 16. Doesn't appear to allow me unless I, hit enter. Maybe it's enter. Seems to cap it off at, 15, even if I type in. Load my, can you wanna load my my this one? Just out of curiosity. I don't know if it has any bearing on the number, the type of the type of race you're running. It shouldn't. Let me give you this, and you can load it and just see. So let me just give you this race. So biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap. So here it is. Ah, okay. Maybe that, okay. So that, what Shady is saying, it's tied into the, number, like the size of the window. So maybe that's it. Well, probably not. Maybe that's probably it. So if I really increase the size of this window, I just think that, it's overkill to have too many. Oops, I don't want to do that. I don't want to stop the race. So maybe that's it. See, what I do is I keep, you have to have a certain width of the window so you can see the winners, okay? And that's, so I try to just, so I don't want to take up so much screen space. Okay, so it's tied to the window size. Good, spot there. All right, guys. Well, thank goodness I'm watching the, oh, right on, Stantec. I'm watching the Galaxy, so I'm going to watch it again. Okay, I'm going to watch it again and see if it, this is a pullback now for the GLXY. Okay, so I got up to what, 39.67. So did okay. Made about 35 cents on this trade. Did okay, but I'm going to put a price alert around 39.35 and see if this pullback, how serious this pullback is. And this one is a large cap losers. Okay, notice there's not that many. If I open the top list window right now, there's none. There are none that meet the filter requirements. That doesn't mean that, half a second from now there could be some stocks coming in, but right now there are none. And in this one, there's not going to be a lot of stocks. Certainly less than here. Doesn't mean that these are the stocks all day. It just means as we speak, these are the ones that are meeting the filter requirements. And let me take a look at the filter requirements. So 10 and $70, that's my price range, 200,000 shares. This is why I call it a large cap, or gainers. So half a billion in the float, 50 million, half a billion market cap minimum, 50 million minimum in the float. Also, it has to be near the high of the day, within 95% of above the low, which is a way of saying within 5% of the high. Okay, so that's why there's not that many stocks. But again, doesn't mean that these are the same stocks all day. There's stock. In fact, if I stare at this long enough, you can see a stock added. You can see a stock leaving, but but this is why you don't see that many stocks in here, which is fine. I don't mind that. Well, Pepe, my unicorn is doing pretty well. Only Pepe is going to understand that. If Pepe's around. So what I really tend to do in this sort of scan is look at the stocks that are just breaking. That's where I found I think I found Galaxy here. May not have won a race, but it was just over the whole number. Do I know if Chris is doing another Zoom this week? Okay, well, he's going to be probably not, well, this week. He'll be in our YouTube room in about an hour and 20 minutes. So you can probably ask him then, but I don't know if he's going to do another Zoom, but I can ask him. All right, I just pinged him. Okay, we'll see if, but he'll be. I'm almost 100% sure he'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room, and of course, I'm sure he'll talk about that if he's going to do a Zoom. And the answer is coming in now. Hey guys, give me a moment. Okay, so what Chris says is he's not sure because it's hard to do them. Keep up with the rest. If he does one, it'll be Thursday. Okay, if he does one, he's got so much going on. It's really hard for him to do something like that. Okay. Okay, Vera. Is this Vera No, it's not Vera Bradley. Vera, another one just over the whole number and making a little bit of a move here, guys. Vera, Vera. Yeah, it's hard for him. He's got so much going on. You guys don't know how hard, well, some of you do know how hard Chris works. And he's got so much going on. It's hard for him to just to concentrate doing a Zoom. So it'd be up to him, though. Okay, guys, maybe round two for Galaxy. Take a look at it. A little pullback, close to the VWAP, but not quite. This is the nice one, Pepe. I know these guys have been all over Stantec from for years now. Stifle, and I remember when Stantec was like 80, this Canadian dollars, but $80, and they were putting like a 90. Okay, yeah, right. Then they it's 90, and then they put 100. Yeah, right. And they they've been definitely following the company for a long time. Mm, 175. That's Canadian dollars. Okay, 175 Canadian. So I don't know what our exchange rate is right now. Probably around the 73 cent mark. Boy, Galaxy is definitely interesting me again here, guys. Give me one moment. Yeah, but 72's. Yeah, I was just looking it up. LB. See, there's an example of NRA guys as a you don't using the AI like a watch list doesn't necessarily mean the AI is going to be right, of course, in the direction. But boy, this PXLW, what a what a move! I mean, not in the direction the AI was predicting, suggesting, but when you had that little move here. All right, the ONMD, I'm seeing it's up at the top here again. So what did it pull back to? Pull back to 189, but it's keeping in the blue wave here. This one, MGNI, you can see what it did. It popped into the VWAP, and the VWAP acted so far anyway as resistance on the way up, back on the way up. So it's still down 8.4% as we speak. And now the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's 1808, 1810. So it's a little bit close for me. I wish it had more room. Hmm. So no questions. I guess everybody knows everything. 10:46, so an hour and 15, I'll be taking my break. Yeah, so I should also say, for those of you who are new to the rooms today, the room I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Later, if there are questions, but William or Obi, but usually it's William, will keep the room open after I leave. It's up to them for how long. A lot of times it's in the last week it's been 3:30 to 3:45 by William. I think it depends on what sort of earnings. Doubt if they're going to be very well. It could be Monday afternoon. We're getting closer and closer though to earning season, guys. COLA releases about 3 weeks from now. The banks will release that week also. So we're getting closer again to earning season. Okay, guys. So Stu was saying no sound. Orbs. Okay, take a look at Orbs. ORBS. What's the next high looking left? Ooh, it's got room. 1107 is the next high looking left. This is no, I don't know why this showed up here. I'm just in Orbs in Interactive Brokers. This is what I mean. BMNR. I don't know why that news was in there. I don't have any. I don't know if they have anything to do with Orbs, but anyway. So there's the BMNR. That was a rocket a few weeks ago. Cash holdings of 13.4 billion. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah. October 5th, 10 years for me doing this. Exactly this in terms of sharing my screen and being live on the mic. We were doing something a little earlier than that for about a year and a half, but this is, yeah, a year of doing exactly this. Well, it's nice to see ONMD doing what it's doing, guys. The reason I say that is that I haven't seen like last week and the last few weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks anyway, not a lot of continuation of these real low, well, it's low float stocks, the high flyers. Not a lot of continuation that we were seeing anyway, that I was seeing. So it's nice to see. Maybe we're getting back into that again, in which case I'll probably pay a little more attention to this. Okay, guys, let's see. Sono. All right, guys, this is my turn. Well, the high on Friday was for QS. The high on Friday was 1650 or so. So I wouldn't take it now. Yeah, I don't know how to help Stu. He can't hear me. So, okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:53. So, got a little bit of time left before I take my break. Okay, ALHC just over the whole number. ALHC just over the whole number. Next high looking left. Little bit of room, not a ton of room. 1750 is the next high, and that's for ALHC. See if there's any news on this one. All right, well, there's a SOPA. I was been waiting for that break. Okay, guys, so there's the break over the VWAP now, over the VWAP. Okay, so it broke above. I think Shady's in the SOPA already, but I wanted to wait to see if it could take out the VWAP. Obviously, got a ton of room. The high of the day is around 4, so it's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. Not in it yet. I'm just wait. I want to see how well it holds over 3. 315, 16 probably gets me into it. Here's another one, guys. KLRS. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. KLRS, just over the whole number. Probably a low float. Well, we don't have the float information on it. Let me click on another symbol and then click back to KLRS. Yeah, 3 million in the float. Right on the VWAP, sitting right on that VWAP. Okay. Hey guys, still waiting on the SOPA, SOPA. Well, this was an excellent one from our AI guys. Had a pullback even, so you had a chance to get in if you miss it the first time. The alert was at 1369, I believe. Yeah, 1369. So it popped up, pulled back almost to the original alert. So you had a chance to get in. Okay, Arcus, RCUS, another one just over the whole number. Let's take a look at this one, see if there's anything interesting about it. Take a look at it on a monthly chart, see where the next high is. The next high in a monthly chart is 18. So there's obviously room in a monthly. I don't think we'll see it on the weekly. Yeah, I have to go. That's why I took a look at the monthly chart. So there is some room on a monthly chart for this Ruckus RCUS. Boy, AIP. So it took out on the week. Wow. I mean, 1429, that could have blocked it and it didn't. AIP could have blocked it, but it is through that now. What about on a monthly chart? Where could this one go? Not a lifetime high. So I don't know how far back I have to go. So I've got to go back to 2022, April of 2022. So over 3 years ago for a high. Another one just over the whole number, TVTX. Let's see if this is interesting, kind of running a bit here. The next high in a monthly chart is 2878, so there's certainly room there. But let's bring up the weekly chart, probably see something. Yeah, so 2 weeks ago, the high was around 2613. So yeah, put a price alert there. That's what it basically got to today. 2613. So see if it takes that out later, because if it does, the next high is 2872, a ton of room on the weekly chart for TVTX if it wants to keep running. All right, so William will keep the room open after I leave to about 3:30, between 3:30 and 3:45 today. Thank you, William. Now, this is interesting because that red line that you see on the chart is looking at the next high on a daily chart. If I took my daily chart and scrolled back far enough, I would see there's a high somewhere. Well, I can see it right there. I don't have to go scroll that much. 2611, that's where I put my price alert. So maybe that stops it for a while anyway. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, well, I'm glad I waited on the sofa. I'm going to, sofa, sopa. I still have my price alert. I think I'm the 315 level, but it's underneath the VWAP now. 304 is the VWAP. I waited for the VWAP break. It broke, but not convincingly enough for me. But let's see if it breaks again. I'll put my price alert around 309 this time and see if it takes out the VWAP again. That is for the SOPA. Okay, guys. So that AIP, I think it wasn't there a high over here? Yeah, 1428. So let's see if 1428 holds it. It's coming back into that. That's that high of 2 months ago, and that's for the AIP. Now, I may have to, if there are shorts available, I may, as I call it, flip. Well, okay, look what it's done. There are shorts available, 318,000 interactive brokers. So it's trying to hold the VWAP, okay? Yeah, GLXY, 3869 is the VWAP. So it got right into the VWAP. So far, that is acting as support. But what I'm going to do is just put a price alert underneath it and see if it takes it out. It might turn into a short for me. Oh, man. Well, look at the room YYAI's got, guys. YYAI has got a ton of room on the daily chart. 422 is the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. This is an AI alert from us. Hard for me to look at this one though, but CRML, what a beautiful pop off that 11. Now, interesting. Yeah, actually came all the way back to the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, guys, I mean, just follow. I mean, look what CRML did. It got into the VWAP right around the whole number, acted as support, and a little bit choppiness, but it has moved off that, and it had news this morning. Not sure it had news. I'm not sure if it has specific news to it, but critical metals are certainly in play. Yeah, Lithium America has tripled since the first report of a possible U.S. stake, a possible U.S. stake. So I'm not sure. I thought it was a done deal. Maybe it was the USAR. I think it might have been the USAR that was a done deal. So maybe the LAC is not a done deal. I thought you were right, William. I thought it was LAC. I thought it was a done deal, taking a 5% stake for LAC. Now I don't know who's putting the. I don't know if they're trolling here. You know, Scotiabank raising it to $5 a share from 275. I mean, it's already at 9, so I don't know if they're trolling it. Sorry, guys, just give me a moment. Oh, there's the Pally. Now it's showing up. PALI. Now this was a yeah. I mean, this was an AI alert. What 3 days ago from our AI at 111, I think. 111. Yeah. So this is a great continuation for it. PALI. Okay. So now I flip the script on this one. So this is now turning into a bit of a potential short for me. The GLXY. It is now, but it's right at the VWAP. Okay, it's right at it. It's a VWAP area, 30 at 69. So it's right at the VWAP area. So let's see if it continues to try to hold. Trend is down, of course. You can see the orange wave. Trend is down. Market's been choppy. You can see. Remember, we had that big decline from about what 925 right here, 925, and then we had a pop. I guess it's not actually choppy. Yeah, I recall now reading that. I mean, it is specific to CRM. Thank you, RB. CRML regarding Greenland and potential mine. Well, GSRT. This is GSRTR, so it's obviously. But it is an acquisition. Yeah, it's a SPAC. I typically do not trade them, but doesn't mean they're. I mean, you can't trade this one, 1301, 1415. How is the stock doing, or the well, whatever? This is the rights, I guess. GSRT. I'm sure. Obviously, it's moving higher, and yeah, the spread is way better. 1446, 14. Yeah, way better. Okay, I'm got to keep an eye on this GLXY, guys. Potential short for me now. hanging around the VWAP still. Looking left, of course, there's a lot of room. 35.75 was the low on Friday, so a lot of room underneath. Wants to see if it wants to keep giving it up. Spread's not bad. Hmm. All right, guys. I am now really looking to short this GLXY. Just want to see it clear. Maybe it gets into the mid 50s. Clear the VWAP in a bigger way. Not saying anybody should do the same thing. Okay, another one. Over the whole number. VLY just over the whole number. But look left. Too close. Obviously, 1114 is the next high, so that makes it a non-event for me. Yeah, CRML now. Right at that 15 level. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. That my mic was not on. So yeah, CRML, a lot of room still. A lot of room still for this on a monthly chart anyway. Okay, for CRML, 1856 is the next high. Obviously, for tax purposes, this is incorporated in the British Virgin Islands, the BVI, for tax purposes. Is there an ETF? There's probably not an ETF for lithium, is there? Or rare earth? How about rare earth? Is there an ETF specifically for those? Probably there is. I'm sure somebody would have come up with one by now. I'm sure it has run away. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Answering an email here. Okay, guys, what happened here? TVTX. So TVTX now Okay. I don't like the spread. It's not well, it's a little horrible now. 07-21. I just I have to keep away from it. I mean, if it tacks on a dollar from here, that spread won't excuse me, won't matter, I should say. But eyelid. Okay, let's take a look at eyelid. That's the ETF. You think you're saying? And what's the volume? Yeah, there's no volume. I mean, that's the problem. There's just no volume. 38,000 shares. So it. Thank you for that, but it's just the fact that there's just no volume. Surprised a little bit. Okay, SOPA is now, at least it's trying to keep over three. SOPA trying to keep over three. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll put the message up that I'm on mute. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay. All right, I'm back, guys. Just give me one moment as I get my music going again. Okay, I can really help. I can definitely help you on that one, David, just from our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Okay, so David asked the question. So this is you're talking about, for instance, when I click on a symbol right here, VOI, well, watch. This is what you're talking about, I'm pretty sure. So when I click on, say, Orla right there, ORLA, it switches to all the different time frames here, but the SPY remains. That's what you're talking about. So really, there's just there's an option here. If you right click on your chart, David, and anybody else, right click, go to properties, and you see where it says symbol linking. So if you want the symbols to change on all the time frames, you have that checked, which I do for these three charts. And if you look at my SPY chart, right click, go to properties, and notice it's unchecked. Whoops, it's unchecked. So that's all you have to do. Okay, checked or unchecked. That's why when you hear me say I've got some thumbnail charts by other monitor, I've obviously unchecked them. Yeah, make have it say all. Okay, when you click on yeah, the symbol linking, make sure it says link to all. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about the green, red, gold, and purple. I mean, unless you have a very specific need, which most people don't worry about that. The default should be when you go to symbol linking, it should be all. The default should be that is checked. Okay. If it isn't, then check that. But that is the default. So unless you went in there and made a change, it should say link to all is checked. Okay. And I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. Now, FCX, this could be turning into a bit of a short for me. Now, take a look, 4060. No, too close. The VWAP is too close. Okay, that could act as support. So, but I like the idea was the orange is curving down and also underneath the whole number, but that VWAP is too close. So, boy, that CRML, what a run. Hmm. I see. I accidentally unchecked that. That's why. Oh, the fear of missing out will not happen. I will not do it. But if you're still in this one, guys, again, remember that monthly. Not saying it's going to get up here to 1862, but that is the yeah. There's really just two options, okay, David. Yeah, right. You just right click on your chart, go to properties, and symbol linking is either going to be checked or not checked. Just make sure that link to all is checked. It should be though. That is the default. Okay. So either symbol linking is checked or it is not checked. Don't forget to save your work. Okay. If you don't save, if you don't save the fact you've done that, then the next time you load trade ideas, that will not be remembered. Boy, this is shortable too for me. I've got to be taking a look at potential short on this one, the CRML, at some point. It is shortable, 300,000 shares available. Yeah, you first. I know. I know. Hmm. Yeah, SOPA is still struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. Not the 200, I'm sorry, the VWAP. Still have my price alert. Might happen later on. So still have my price alert up, and I'm going to stick it up here now, 308. Maybe later on in the day, it blasts through that. Well, it's hard to know, John. I mean, as William jokingly said, you first. I mean, this is just, it's a rocket ship right now. I wish the monthly high were a little closer. If the monthly high had been a little bit closer, but right now, I mean, I mean, right now, look at the blue wave. It's still moving higher. I mean, in theory, if it just sort of rests a bit and maybe if it turns orange, but not easy shorting tops. Looks very simple after the fact, but it's not easy to short tops. I mean, I'd love for it to get close here. Then, maybe I'll put a price alert around 17. Maybe that whole number stalls it for a bit. But I mean, it's not easy. I mean, this is super, super strong, obviously. It's not a low float, not high. So that move is a tremendous move. It's got news, so I mean, there's obviously a lot going for it. At some point, will it start to give it up? Probably, but it again, hard to. Well, right now, for instance, right now, there was about a 30-cent drop, but not easy, not easy. Now, William looks at Bollinger Bands and all that to see how outside the Bollinger Bands it is on, say, a 5-minute chart. There's more to it than that. Not just this stock, but any stock. That's kind of your number one reason for potentially looking at a top, right, William, or a bounce with other filters in place. I get it, but just give me one moment, please. Well, guys, if you're looking for another one of these type of plays, LAR is kind of resting right here. Look at the 15-minute chart. Okay, it's over the VWAP. Big move pre-market. Got up to what 467. So this could be one of those ones, but it's a big float. It is a big float. Another lithium play, Argentina. A big float though. So it may not be dynamic. I mean, the only reason with it, if you're looking for something that's going to be super dynamic and put on a big percentage move from the current price, it may not happen because of the float. Look at CRML though. CRML though, guys. I mean, right back up. So yeah, it would have been a quick instant short, but it's right back up. Hmm. Yeah, too bad about the spread. I'd love to potentially short this one. This PC just underneath 10 right now, guys, but 990, 1018 bid ask. Don't like it. But I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room. $8 is the next low. I'm sorry. Well, today's low is 919, but looking left, the next low is 8. Look at P. P. Or are you talking about LTUM? You must be talking about LTUM, right? Or yeah, well, again, you know me, I don't trade these ones, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously had a tremendous run on Thursday from 4 cents to 44. Unbelievable. What was the volume like? Yeah, about hard to 18 million shares. Surprised it wasn't more. You let me know when it hits $1, okay? Well, keep an eye on this one, guys. The AIAP. I mean, it's pulled back. I wish it got closer to the VWAP, but it did not. But it's trying to hold that 14 level. See that orange wave? I mean, if that orange wave turns blue, like really turns up, it may go on another run. The high today was 1458. And that's the AIP. Oh yeah, well yeah. So I won't trade it anyway, even if it. You're right. It is a OTC stock or OQB. So pink sheet, I just call it pink sheet stock. So yeah, so I wouldn't trade this anyway. Doesn't mean it's bad. People, those of you who like to trade pink sheet stocks, but all right, guys, 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll take a break for about an hour. This PGY, which is super active last week, over 31 now. The next high looking left is 32. So about $1 to the next high for PGY. This one showed up early 933 in that small cap breakout. 29.89 was the alert. So about $1 move from there. Did not take it. It was too early for me to take it, but it did move. Small gap breakout. Sorry, small gap. Keep saying small cap. No, okay, Raul, our in our YouTube room. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but Raul. No, so this wave here is called trade wave. Okay, so first of all, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? So I can show you how you can add it to your charts. Talking to Raul in our YouTube room. Raul. Oh, okay, Raul. Okay. All right. So what you do is this. First of all, I'll demonstrate on this daily chart that does not have it on. So when you right click on your chart, you hopefully you see something that you'll see a big box will pop up. One of the options is use browser interface. Can you see that? I'm going to just keep going step by step until I hear a yes. If you well, okay, if you do see that, then click on it. Okay, click on it, check it. Now, if it's already checked, you don't have to check it. But so again, right click on your chart. An option is use browser interface. You have to check that. So let me know if you checked it. Let me know if you found it and checked it. Okay. It was already checked. Okay. But you don't have, okay. So your next step is hopefully now you see at the top what I'm pointing at. You see I'm pointing at a heart and then a clock. Right there, that little icon, those are the indicator icon. That's the indicator icon. Okay, indicators icon that I'm pointing at. Hopefully you can see that right beside to the left of the anchor. So if you click on that, one of the options is trade wave. So when you click on trade wave, when I do it now, it's going to make the trade wave disappear because it's a toggle on and off. But so I'll click on it again, trade wave. Okay, and that'll show you the trade wave on the chart. Let me know if that worked. If you could find that icon that is the indicators icon. The only reason you wouldn't see it if your chart is too small, but you should see the indicators icon. Okay, good. So if you found it and then you click on it and then click on trade wave, you should now have the trade wave on your chart. Okay, good. And you can add it you have to do it for every chart if you want. I don't like it on my daily chart because it's a little more complicated to when I want to see this information up here, but I have it on my 2 and my 15. Notice the wave will be different depending on the time frame you're using. Okay, it can be different. In other words, you could see orange on one time frame and not orange on the other. Remember, again, all you're right. It's a nice visual aid. Orange means that the trend is weaker, and when it transitions to blue, it means the trend is stronger. Okay, so you can see the transition from orange to blue. That's on the SPY chart. On a 15-minute, so it really depends on the time frame you're liking to use. I mean, on 15, you probably see pretty strong trend all day, but on a smaller time frame, you very often you could see on a 2-minute, you could see a turn down here, and they could turn orange, but here it'll still be blue. So it really depends on the time frame you like to trade, and that, of course, is up to you. You see if this is what I'm talking about. See, now this is choppy. I will say this, that for the lower price, more volatile stocks, you're probably gonna get a lot more choppiness in the wave. It really looks a lot nicer on the larger cap stocks that have a very nice continuation, either in the blue side or the orange. Not saying it's you can't use it for the volatile stocks, but you might see a little more choppiness. Yeah, it's too late for me now, Dwayne. I'll be taking a break, so there's no way I'm gonna take it now, but you're right, the CRML finally. Now here, look at for instance, look at the ORLA. I mean, that is a beautiful, on a 2-minute chart. You're not getting, look at the width of those candles, of those bars. Very, very orderly on the way up. That's what you love to see. So using the wave can do this for you. So let's say you happen to see this trade, this alert or this stock back here, I'd say 11:58, and it's set up the way you like it. Nothing to do with the wave yet, okay? Nothing to do with the wave. And you decided, you know what? I want this stock. And then what happens is you can then start riding the wave until it turns orange. Now, what I would do probably is take some off along the way. Maybe not here because it's still very strong, but maybe here, it's a little bit of a downturn there, just a wee one. Take a lot off some, but then what I find is that riding the visual aid of keeping in the trade until, especially if you've taken some off, really helps you to keep in the trade then. When you've already taken some off, now it helps you to keep in the trade. You don't mind too much. You got like minor gyrations up and down, hardly any here though. And then so until it turned orange, just keep in the trade. Just saying, keep in the trade. The trend is still strong. That's on a 2-minute chart. Obviously, on a 15, it's still very strong. Oh man, and the CRML now, yeah, now it's halted on the way down. Now, let's see what happens. Looks like it's gonna take out the VWAP. So yeah, in retrospect, sure, that was the top, 1670, that was the top. For the, CRML, well, under the VWAP, that's for sure. So let me, take a look at it. So 1333, there's your potential open, okay? $14 is the halt price for, CRML. Remember now, guys, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me, William? That's what they're saying now? Man. Well, I don't wanna say this is a little market manipulation, but I mean, I thought the LAC was a done deal. I thought they said they're definitely taking a 5% stake. So now the government now your White House is saying they're not looking at equity positions in rare stocks. Okay, well, not gonna say anything, but that's a big wow, guys, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm sure USAR is selling also. Whew. I don't have that yet, but, I'm certainly, don't, disbelieve you, William. Well, guys, it's 11:55, so I'll be taking a break in about 5 minutes. So first thing I'm going to do is just put my announcement up. I'll hang around until Chris shows up. Okay, guys, let me just get my announcement up. I say I'll hang around until Chris shows up. So back around 1 p.m. Eastern time, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Again, I'm still here until Chris shows up. Okay, so there is the link to get into YouTube once I take my break. I mean, it doesn't mean these stocks are terrible. I just, it just means that for all the hype about it. Where are you getting that news? I just want to see. It's funny. I still won't see it on Interactive Brokers. Usually, that sort of stuff will. All right, guys. Chris is going to show up anytime now. So what I have to do is stop my music so I can hear him when he pops in. In fact, I think Chris just popped into our YouTube room, guys. So I will put myself on mute in the main room. Okay. And we'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And welcome, Mr. Christopher Varley. And how'd you enjoy your Yankees on the weekend?
Not very much. But I'll be honest, it's not really a lot different than I expected. I thought we'd score a few more runs on the first game than we did, but Toronto's a better team. They're a better coach team. They're a better team. That's just plain and simple.
Well, you know, the only problem I found on that second game, of course, is giving the Yanks a bit of life at the end by allowing them to score 7 runs. But I mean, sorry guys, just 30 seconds on all this. The arm angle of the pitcher is unbelievable, isn't it? Coming straight over the top.
Yep.
And I mean, you know who I'm talking about, the 22-year-old rookie. It's his 4th start. You know, he started in single A this year, single A, went single, double, triple, and now here he is. But it's that wild arm angle that comes right over the top. You just don't see that.
Nope, and hides the ball so well.
So when it starts looking as because it's amazing the chase. You know, because you look at these professional hitters and you think, how can they be chasing these balls that are like 10 feet outside the strike zone? You know, and it's just because it looks like a lollipop coming in and then it just drops.
Yep, exactly.
Anyway, you know. I'll let you get on with whatever you want to talk about. So we'll see you in about an hour, Chris.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in an hour.
Bye.
All righty. All right, everybody. So, oops, I forgot to swap the screens here. Bear with me. There we go. Should be eyes on my screen. Perfect. All right, everybody. So, Barry taking a breather for the next hour. Live Q&A forum as we always do here. So don't be shy. Let's just get it rolling. Get those questions in for me right away. Sorry, just helping the user in the chat there. But again, don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in for me. As I always say, it's better when you folks are driving the content with your questions, with what you need, versus me just kind of randomly talking at you. How does the auto trading work? So Maria, the general path at this moment for auto trading, we're going to exclude the money machine part of it right now, would be to have an idea for an alert window, create that alert window from the data points that we have, assuming that we have the data points you're looking for, then back test and optimize that alert window. If you think you have something that may work in automation, you then simulate that in our paper trader for a bit of time. And if that were to go well, move to one of the 3 participating brokers that we can connect directly to. That's the top quick overview of that. For some strange reason, I know there's a lot of people that come to us and think we just have some bot you can just plug in and have it auto trade for you. And I hate to be the crusher of anybody's dreams in that regard, but there's no system like that, just in case that was something you were looking for. But, you know, while nothing else is coming in, what you knew, come to alert window here. And this will probably have some predefined stuff in it. I don't know if you're a user or not yet, or just kind of kicking the tires or asking some questions, but you delete the pre-defaults that are in there. They're just there to kind of help people visualize and see things that can be done. You would then, want to search for one alert that you want to use in that. The alerts are these single icons right here, and you couple that one alert with some filters here. Those are the dual icons indicating minimum and maximum values. Build out that alert window, and then once you built it out, I'm just going to pull out a random alert window that I have. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Once you have that alert window, you'd start with the backtesting process. So it would be a right click, backtest strategy. You got all these different tabs here. You got to sort through. Some have more items than others, or more relevant items than others, I feel. So know what time do you want the strategy to start sending orders to buy? What time do you want to stop sending orders to buy? You have to pick a timed exit, whether it's an intraday timed exit, you want to hold it all the way through into the end of the day, or if you wanted to end at a specific time of day, to exit, or if you wanted to make this more of a swing trade, and you could, do it at the market open or close tomorrow and beyond, up to 60 days, give or take. Your risk management, you don't have to actually set any risk management besides that timed exit. You want exits and stops and profit targets as dollars or percents, and then you enable and set those accordingly. In the advanced setting, here's the only things that really matter is I would say always use all available columns in the results. And that's just that's a given. You should just always do that. And then in the test days, you can go all the way out to, depending on how market holidays fall, I've seen it go as far as, like, let's say 66 or 67 days. I've seen it go as few as 60 days. So that's why I say generally it's about 60 days of back testing that's available. And you simulate the buy or sell, depending if it was a long or short strategy. And that's really the short and skinny on that. I'll hold off on the automation part of it. If you have more, I'll hold off more on the optimization part of it, but could go further into details if you had questions on that, of course. Just don't be shy and fire those away if you did have those. Scam, Chris, with regards to trade wave entries and above and below, above or below what the ribbon of the time frame you picked, they both seem the same for entries. No, so above and below would be this. Let's drill in on this here. So if you pick above the top of the wave, well, need a drawing tool. Bear with me when my drawing tool loads. There you go. Trusty drawing tool. Epic pen action. All right. So above the top of the wave would mean when you get a candle that crosses up above the top of the wave, you'd get in. And on the exit below the top of the wave, you get out if you close below the top of the wave. For the bottom of the wave, on the entry going up, if you get above the bottom of the wave, you're in. On the way down, if you pick below the bottom of the wave, it would take you, you'd have to get below the bottom of this wave. So the top of the wave, that's, hold on, let me get rid of some of that stuff. So this is the top of the wave. This is the bottom of the wave. So let me know if that helps. And for the rest that are here, don't be shy. Please, please get those questions in for me. I believe so. That's what the instructions say here. I haven't done enough thorough testing myself. Never mind. Sorry, I'm on the wrong thing here. Okay, thought I was on the wrong. Don't mind me. Sorry, talking out loud or thinking out loud. So yeah, close above the top, and say, candle closes above the top of this wave for the entries, closes above the bottom of the wave on the entries, and then closes below the top and closes below the bottom. So since it says closes, that's my assumption. No clue. CRML isn't a stock I've even looked at today. Maybe a quick Google. I don't have any news. I don't use the news at all. So, maybe a quick web search there, Jethro, might help you out on that. But I haven't personally taken a look at that at all today. And CRML. Why not? Let's just load the chart for fun. Oh, we can't load the chart for fun because I've got something open somewhere. I got a configure window open. Oh, duh. Winning machine configure window, Chris. Okay. CRML. So yeah, halted on the way down. That's not good. You need to be inside the software, and at the moment to see. Sorry, this is for Brett. You need to be inside the software, have the Premium AI Strategy Trades windows open, and you can look at the history here. I'd go to history and I'd go to all, and you can look at it for these options here. Set up a time frame. On the time frame, you can go about 3 months back at a clip, all the way back to, I believe, the beginning of the AI. It's going to tell you based on the entry price and where it's trading now. There's no way to see how it did on each stock did on a specific day at this time. We don't have this isn't kept in a portfolio or anything. There's no, there's only a stop price for the AI. There's no target. So how anybody decides to ultimately exit these is really up to them. Oh, okay. So it's, got it. Yeah, I'll be honest. I had no idea any of that stuff was going on. About the Barry mentioned something a few minutes ago about the I guess the government was going to take a stake in LAC, and now they're not taking a stake in LAC or something. Not sure. Does Holly AI save orders to the log file? No, KS Holly. There's no way to save Holly alerts to the log file. Sorry. Sorry, trying to make sure I got to all the things that have come in. So, yeah, I mean, it would be a news halt on that, by the way. Let's see something real quick, because I do have a halt resume scanner. I don't use it, but it does exist. I'm curious to have a description. Configure. Columns, type, time, description, exchange, quality. Would that do it? It does not appear to do what I want it to do. Could have sworn there was, oh yeah, description halted because of volatility. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it opened and it just closed again on the downside. Just literally opened and closed instantly. Let's go to today. Yeah, so they're just volatility halts at this point. Volatility halts generally 5 or 10 minutes. Halted because of extraordinary events. Halted because of news. Volatility for the rest. Halted IPO release for quotation. There we go. So just to clear up any confusion, there's no real association between Holly and the Money Machine. The Money Machine AI is algorithmic intelligence versus Holly is supposed to be artificial intelligence. So I could see where that confusion would come from. But outside of, let me bring this over here. This Holly swing long, this is just taking past Holly alerts that are in the money currently, and they're on a symbols list, and allows you to automate those older alerts in the Money Machine. But that's the only kind of quote Holly automation there is right now regarding that specifically, Money Machine or otherwise. And then right now, the only access to the Money Machine is through our paper trader right now. It's in an alpha version of the software. So, it's a earlier than early release, number one, and number two, it's going to be paper mode for a while. And I don't have any kind of date to share, regardless of anything anyone else says. The dev team will never give a date for us. The best they'll ever say is we're close, but I don't know how close we are to live right now. I would not be expecting it this calendar month, and I think it's highly unlikely next calendar month that the Money Machine would go live. No, Holly cannot go to the Money Machine. No Holly in the Money Machine at all. There's no automation for Holly whatsoever. There's no Holly in the Money Machine. I think it's just best safe for me to say it like that. No Holly in the Money Machine. Nope, there's no trial for the Money Machine. Sorry. The best you could do is you take a premium subscription for a month with a discount on it. If you find the software the right fit for you in general, you can continue at the full monthly rate. Or if you really loved it, you could move to an annual and get the savings by doing an annual. If you upgraded like that within the first month, you would have your first payment and the discount apply to the rest of the year. Of course, if you did not find the software the right fit for you, you cancel before the end of the first month, you'd be billed no further. And that would be the end of that. So the one thing, a couple of things, with the alpha release of it. One is, it's something that's been in the work for a long time. And, we put it out there that it was coming around this time actually last year. And we thought it would be much faster to get out to production than it was. And with the long road that we had to get it to this point, even our CEO wanted some form of it out there for our premium users like this. Once it does go live, that's going to be an add-on product. At the moment we have whatever the pricing is up there when it does happen, but I can't say that, things change around here sometimes. And so it wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of change regarding that. We will be scaling it out. So that's why there was an original wait list for the live for the 100 people that were there or whatever it is. There'll be another one at some point, but we don't want 1,000 people trying to use this at the same time live right off the bat. Want to get some people in there. Let's see what happens. Things are great. Let's keep filtering people in that way. How the management team ultimately decides to do that, I couldn't officially say. How do you trade with you? That's it. You practice in the paper mode for now. You set up some strategies, set up the parameters, the risk parameters, things like that. Give it a test, give it a whirl. There's no live trading to it. There's no way to live trade it whatsoever. I mean, you could click on any of the alerts or any of the stocks that are in here and trade them manually if you want, but it loses the automation parts of it. Yeah, David. Yep. I'm just kind of answering some Money Machine questions at the moment. The paper trader version of the Money Machine is included in premium. When it goes live, it will be a paid add-on. But the paper version is free for anybody with premium. You got to have premium. There's no free version of the Money Machine at all. And, the one thing I'd also say to anybody at any point is there's no rush on this stuff, right? What do I mean by that? I mean, if you're kind of just following along for a little bit here, you're new to the scene of trading in general plus trade ideas, I wouldn't rush to do anything. And the reason I'm confident in saying that is, my introduction to Trade Ideas software was in April of 2017, and I stalked and followed and did the trading room and webinars and whatever else for several months before subscribing, so I could really understand and what it was that I was buying and getting into. And I'm confident that anybody that's truly serious about this stuff, willing to put in the work, and all those things, and if anybody that's just looking for a quick buck and an easy way in the stock market, it's never going to work. It's never happening, ever. Never, ever. But for those that are willing to put in the work, they hang around, they come to these, take some notes, they're learning. I'm confident that 90% or more of those people are going to end up at least giving the software a shot at some point. So my point behind all of it is you have to rush into a subscription. First off, we're always going to have some kind of sale either going on or coming. So you can take a discount on a first month to give the software a shot. And then, number two, those that I think take their time a little more to understand what they're really getting involved with, they're a leg up on, their percent of success in the market in general. And anybody that's been around for long enough understands that anything you do in the market, it's difficult. That there's no two ways about it. I mean, the only thing that's quote not difficult is if you want to buy, the SPY and add to it, a few shares every month. Over 20, 30 years, you're going to be ahead of quite a few people if you're doing something like that. You can do the same thing with the Qs as well, I suppose. There's probably other ETFs out there that, people would give that kind of nod to. But, the hard part about that is sitting through the downturns. But for those that want to actively manage, there's nothing easy about it. But if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Oh, God, I always love to have a little context with that. Thanks, KS. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing whatever since sometime in 2017, and to say I got my butt handed to me for quite a while would be an understatement. But that's the way it goes for those that have been around long enough. Maybe there's a few people out there in the history of this that had mild or some kind of early success and never look back. But that would be beyond the exception, not the norm for those that have been around for a while. I think anybody that's been around for a while, it often feels like everything is rigged against you. At least it did for me. On occasion, it still does for me. I'll get rid of that halt. I don't think I need that anymore. I know the more I know, the more I learn, the further I go on this, the more I realize, how difficult it is, what we're actually doing here. But, with that comes some freedoms too. I am also in a lucky position where, I work for Trade Ideas, and so I can be a lot more patient. Any questions? Don't be shy, folks. Please, please, please keep them coming. Keep them coming. What else do we got going on today? Is there anything special going on? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. You know what I'd like to note? Well, nothing else is coming up right now. Typing September because I was thinking September. Generally, September is a very volatile month. And I got to say, and not a lot of volatility in there, right? Historically, September is a, very volatile month. And I got to say, that was not very volatile. And that was it on the volatility. Had these, couple of red days here. I mean, September was a pretty steady month, grinding higher as the trend remains intact. So, just thinking about what that means for the upcoming months here. You never know. Closing out the year. Has anyone developed the MM strategy that's profitable? So, David, I got this one that I was working, and then I made a bunch of adjustments in it on the settings in here. I went from 5 max to 3, and I tightened all this stuff up in here actually quite a bit on both that and the trailing stop, and it has not worked ever since I've done that. Actually, it has been terrible, to the point where, like, I'm looking at this stuff here, and some of these trades I got stopped out because my stops were so tight, and they reversed right away. And I left a lot of money on the table. On top of that, I had the trailing stops activate sooner than they had been, and tighten quicker than they had been tightening. And then they were pulling back, getting stopped out with some profit, but they were reversing also. So, look, hindsight's 2020. The week plus or 10 days or whatever leading into me changing it, I had been leaving money on the table because it was taking too long to get out. And I was still getting out with some profits, but it was getting out, well after the turn had been made to the downside. So I thought, all right, I'll tighten these things up. And of course, by tightening it up, it kind of wrecked the strategy. So, work in progress, but this had been very promising for, I want to say it had 8 out of 10 winning days, and they were all decent winning days in between $200 and $700. Now look, it's, paper trading and all those things like that. But I did have it set up to use the bid ask. So I was always getting the worst of the spread on any of the spready stocks and still doing okay with getting the absolute worst of the spread. Because I'd rather set it up as, worst case scenario and work from there to make it as realistic as possible. Because anybody that's done this and done paper trading, that paper trading is never going to translate exactly over to live. But you try to set it up as close as you can, so when you go live, you don't have massive shockwaves of changes. And then if you wanted to, David, if you wanted to see that strategy, you want a copy of that strategy, I'm happy to share that. Where the heck is my menu bar? There we go. I'll go over what it's looking for. The topless part of it anyways. So share, copy. So there's that. So that's the link for it. And then all I'm doing in this here is I am looking at stocks that are between 11 and 75 bucks, relative volume of 2, traded at least 1 million shares on the day. I guess it's 5-minute volume in here just to make sure the stock is trading fairly consistently. Because when I first started trying to use the strategy, the first day or two maybe, it was getting me into stocks that were trading plenty of shares, but it would trade 50,000 shares, then wouldn't trade for 20 minutes, trade another 75,000 shares, doesn't trade for 10 minutes, over and over again, things like that. And, I didn't want to be involved in stuff that people weren't actively coming in and out for the most part. So that's why I added that. Then, in the early days of this too, it was starting to get me in stuff that was, doing crazy moves, and I was catching the top of that crazy move all of a sudden. So I put this $1.25 in there. When I first put it in, it was helping. That may be something I want to tweak a little bit, maybe come down a little bit on this, maybe make it $1 instead, because it still on occasion gets me chasing things. Then, I'm looking at stocks that are 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So I'm really just trying to find stuff that's, getting strong over the last 20 days possibly. And it's maybe got some momentum coming in to today with it being 75% above the low of today's range. So I don't need it on the high of today. I don't mind if someone's pulled back, but I don't want to pull back more than that before it can consider getting in. And just in case, something, had moved way down or something like that, and then it was reversing, I want to make sure I'm above the VWAP. So I put that in here as well, because I didn't want that hovering over me as something that may, maybe kind of form a resistance above, knowing that, it's a very watched indicator for day traders. So that's really short and skinny what I did there. And then, as always, this is what I've asked the top list to find me. Once it's found me that, the money machine juice part of it, this filter sort, I'm saying whatever has the highest relative volume, that's what I want up here to the top on this scan. That's how I want to be sorted, like that. And that's really what I'm doing there. Oh my goodness. I didn't see that coming. Sorry, I'm referencing last week. A bunch of people asked me if I was in any trades, and I told them I was only in AAOI, but I'd been in AAOI since $20. It was like 2010 or 2011, $20.11. And when we started to fade around this area, I got out of some of it. And then here at 25, I re-added to it, and I haven't looked at it all day until just now. I just realized AAOI has gone kind of nutty today. And by kind of nutty, I mean, holy cow, $5 on a $30 stock. Not even, it was 27 and change this morning. Really wasn't ready for that. You got it, David. You got it. And again, anybody with questions, please don't be shy. Keep the questions coming, please. Keep the questions coming. Wow, it's got a 20% short float. Well, today's a good day. There's no way to set a budget in it. You have to work with, what you see there. There's no budget settings on that net trade. So you got to look here at your position sizing, right? So maybe if you're figuring you're going to take maybe, let's say, 10 trades on it in the day, and you have a $10,000 account, maybe you want a share size for $900 per position. That's it. And that leaves you some wiggle room to make sure you're not, completely running out of that cash on the day. That would be like my thought behind it and what I would be doing. There's no way to say you can only trade this amount. My account's this big, you can only trade this amount. So, a big part of what you want to consider there is what your price range is too, right? Because $900 of a $75 stock is, it's only going to be a few shares. $900 on an $11 stock, you do the math on these things. So these things matter. Keep those questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Let's see. Does the filter sort? On the filter sort, it's relative volume ratio. Yep, it's relative volume ratio. Okay, just in case anybody was keeping track at home, I just sold some AAOI because that's a good move. I think, while you can sort on any filter, I think the filter you sort on should be strategy based. What are you looking for with the strategy? I think that's important to consider. And then, I think there's some filters, I don't know if they really matter for sorting. You know what I mean? Like, let's see if I can come across something. Like, I'm not going to sort on consecutive candles. I don't think that makes any sense for anything whatsoever. That's just my personal opinion. That doesn't mean it's, the good gospel or something. I don't know that it's sort of on like a distance from VWAP because, do I really want to be, on the upside? Do I want to be chasing into stocks that are the furthest away from the VWAP? It could be too much of a chase from my personal opinion. And for the most part, at least for me right now, the money machine's a day trading function or day trading feature. So I don't think I'd be, sorting on like change in 5 days or position in 20 days and things like that. I'm not saying these things can't work for something. I'm just saying I don't have a vision for it for myself anyways. But there's nothing better than just getting out and experimenting, of course. No, absolutely, David. I mean, you can't justify a cost of something. You can't find that cost, analysis benefit. Doesn't bode well in that case. And again, we've got about too many minutes left here before I wrap up on this, so don't be shy with the questions. Come one, come all. What is active today through this? See, symbol linking red. There we go. So ORIC. It's a heck of a day right there. Not shabby, not too shabby. ARCH. I'm gonna say it's not a large float stock. Yeah, 500 million in the float. Quite the move for a large float stock like that. Interesting pattern we got going on here, right? Keeps trying to hook itself up. Horseshoe actions here. See if it can't bust through that there. But this has been a challenge, that level on it, that's for sure. You got it, KS. You got it. BANC, Bank of California. I think that was on the swing picks, no? Check something here. Strength alerts. Yep, that was on the strength alerts. Again, don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in for me. All right, LNT, who are you? What are you doing? Another larger float stock. Up almost $1. Why is this? Why is this different? What am I missing here? EBC. Why is EBC not on this list? What? Sorry, I'm trying to think out loud here and why EBC is not on the scan right now. My order entry settings, why can I not change my order type from market to limit? Because we only offer market at this time. No statistics on that. Even if we had, I don't know how we would do that, to be honest. I mean, you know what? I mean, everything does get logged, so we'll probably look at it somewhere. I don't know where it gets logged, that data. I mean, I'd imagine there's a few thousand trades going round trip in this a day, though. LP, yeah, you can do that. Right now, the general path to automation like that, it would be you'd create an alert window from the data points that we have. So, you come to new alert window. Obviously, this is going to have some, preset stuff in it. You can get rid of whatever those defaults are. You start to search out. With automation, you want one alert. One. That's it. And then you'd pick your filter sets. You'd add those. Once you have a strategy, worked out that you built, you would then back test that and optimize it. So I'll right click, back test strategy. You'd set the what time do you want the strategy to start buying? What time do you want to stop buying? You have to set a timed exit on it. So whether you want it X amount of minutes after the trade is entered, a specific time of the day, or you're having it as a swing trade at the market or at the market open or market close, day after tomorrow, plus whatever days you want to do like that. You set your risk management should you so desire, profit target, stop loss, dollars and percent. Please do not use the filter values. Please stay to dollars and percents. This scan here. I'm trying to figure out. I was like, I do not use sound in this. How is that sound coming through? So you set that there. Then in the advanced tab, the only two things you really need to do in the advanced tab, if you're concerned with automation, is going to be use all available columns. Make sure that is checked. And then, how many days you want to back test. It goes about 60 days, depending on how market holidays fall. You could see as many as, let's say, 66. You could see as few as 60. It's usually living somewhere in between there. And then you'd simulate the buy or sell. Once you've got that done, you're going to do some optimization. So I'm going to let this run through real quick and just get, just doing a quick overview on this. Come on. There we go. Complete. And so you get some different optimization ways that you can look at things here. One of the first things I like to do is I look at, what's the profit factor? What's your win-loss ratio? You really want to see that to be, 2 to 1 for every, let's say for every 10 cents you make, you're only losing 5 cents on the losers. You want to see something like that. You want to look in the daily here, and you want to make sure that you've got more winning days than losing days, and that your losing days aren't outdoing you. And then you come to optimization here. And I generally suggest don't concern yourself with equity curves. Because generally speaking, you can find sorry guys, if you hear the drilling coming through, I apologize. It's work being done outside and I have no control over that right now. You can have an equity curve that looks great, but it could be 1 or 2 days that really make that equity curve look so good. Meanwhile, most of the days are losing. So optimization tab here, you can optimize by price on the stock, time of day when you're running the strategies. You can change the intervals. Let's say you want 5-minute intervals, for example. And then the other filters here, you can take any filter that's within the system and you can optimize based on that, see what the strategy is doing with those filters essentially, and the different values between and the intervals and all that. Once you have a strategy that you believe may work, you're going to want to load that into Brokerage Plus and test it in the paper trader. So, you take the window, save or share to cloud, you'd save it to the cloud, and then you come to the strategies tab, right click, load from cloud, you then load that strategy into Brokerage Plus. It should carry over anything from the back tester that you did after you saved it from the back testing and optimization. But then you come into the right click, edit trading strategy. You're going to set the account aside from the broker because, brokers could have more than one account. So you got to set the account you want it on. And then you go back through and make sure any of the trading instructions you want are saved there. Plus there's some other trading instructions that are important through here and some of the other tabs. You paper test it for a while. If that goes well, then you go to live. So I know it's a long-winded answer for you, but that is the path to automation. Rickman, Chris, how would you set a scan to find stocks so that RSI is 20 and EMA is? We don't have EMAs. Sorry, Rickman. So, you could work with, first off, if you were to even do this, it would require you to use a custom. Because right now, all you could do is we could do this. Let's go new top list, search. So RSI, I don't know what time frame you want the RSI on, but I'm going to go with 5 minutes. I'm going to add that filter. And so you want the RSI is less than 20. So you're going to put a max of 20 here. And then you want an EMA is greater than 50, but you want an SMA. And all we have for SMAs like that would be our distances or change from the SMA. Outside, if you did a custom, you'd have to work with the custom actual data points that we have. So what do we got? Let's see. I'll load up that page. You'd have to put this into your system and then, add the value, the min value that you want, because this would be a minimum value. So custom formulas, let me bring this over. So the overview, you're going to see the SMAs that we offer. And these aren't distances from, this is just what the actual SMA is right now. So, here's this and here's how it works. So we've got the 5, 8, 20, and 200 SMA for 2, 5, 15, and 16-minute periods. First number is the number of minutes per candle. The second number is the number of candles. So, this is a 2-minute 5 SMA, a 5-minute 5 SMA, a 15-minute 5 SMA. And so you'd have to use one of those. So you take the short code and you put that in, not with a comma, and you put that into the formula editor, and then you'd have it in your configure. Just if you have a configure open when you're trying to do that, you got to close the configure and reopen it afterwards. But that would be, how you'd have to do that there, Ripman. on the money machine settings, is there a strategy window drop down there? What is today's Holly signals? There is not, Gary. There's no today's Holly signals. It does not exist. I believe you and I were emailing back and forth about that earlier today. I'm not exactly sure what you're seeing that is Holly related outside of the only Holly thing that's in there is Holly swing long. There's nothing else for Holly in here. If there is, I don't have it. Nor was I informed of it. Holly swing long. Holly swing long. Holly swing long. So that's all that's there. They're from the long-term AI. So they have today's Holly settings in there. I don't have it in mine, so I don't know where that came from. That's crazy. Very interesting. I'll have to inquire why I don't have that, and it would appear that others do. Here are the only money machine videos that I currently have. I haven't. Oh, today's Holly signals. Wow, I'm blind. They added those and never told us. That's fun and embarrassing. Good old communication. So apparently, somehow you can automate Holly signals today. I appreciate that, Gary. I got someone to yell at now. This was added and never told to anybody here in support. Anybody here in support's really just me. They told you, but they didn't tell me. Interesting. Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to be honest.
Chris, I don't know if you want me to step in here before you blow a gasket.
I already just spoke some peace in one of the channels about it.
Okay. So what are you saying? I'm trying to. I'm looking at my Brokerage Plus. I don't see.
If you
Holly
go
there
into
other
the
than
money
mine.
machine settings and you click
the
on
money machine
strategies,
settings.
yeah.
Oh, but I thought that's been there before, as far as I know. I
I
thought
knew
you
the
meant.
Holly swing long has been there, not the today's Holly signals.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Where is it?
And generally speaking, I should be the first to know about literally everything.
Okay, I did see this in the money machine. Okay, I thought you were talking though about the ability to auto trade the AI. Yes, I suppose in the money machine you can.
Yes,
but I thought you were.
My question would be since when? Because that was not there last week that I know of.
Oh, I think
Or if it came last week, it came on like Friday, maybe. I guess I don't know.
Maybe, because I'm seeing the money machine settings. That's what you're looking at, right? And then you're looking at strategy.
Yeah.
No, I've seen Holly swing long, and I've seen today's Holly. I think I've seen today's Holly signals also.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about literally being able to auto trade like before the AI strategies.
Oh, wait a minute. Man, money machine. Oh, it's running over here. Okay. So, all right, I want to stop this. Now I want to see what happens when I start this strategy here.
Mm-hmm.
See, these are things I'd like to know so that I can test them,
Yeah.
at least just a little bit. Aye. Save as
He
new
says he
profile.
used it midweek last week. How did it work?
Okay, but this doesn't make sense already because KOPN is not a Holly alert today.
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so thus added to my confusion earlier when Gary was saying I'm automating it, but KOPN isn't in the alert today. And so I was like, that's where I had to believe it was a past alert from the long term. Because I also did not see KOPN in there.
I'm just looking. I've got it up and I've had KOPN up. I don't see it. I don't see a buy or a sell flag from previous days. Oh, wait a minute. Wow. I mean, I see it way back here.
Yeah.
Way back. Mm-hmm.
Aye.
How would I let you go right now? Before you say the bad words.
Nah. Never.
Okay. I will let you go though. I mean, I'm here, so I might as well just take over.
Alrighty. Fair enough. Let me remove myself.
So to speak. I finally heard the activity in your hallway. Yeah. Sounded like a bunch of bees going.
Yeah, they're putting in a new floor and it's extra loud and things were wrong that they weren't expecting. And so this is also taking about 10 days longer than it was supposed to. Tearing up subfloors and all those things. So, all right. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate that.
Okay. There I am back.
I don't know when I'll see you all next. I'm trying not to jump off a bridge.
Okay. Bye.
I'll talk to you later. Adios.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. I'm back in both rooms now. So a little bit of excitement for me. I wish I were still in it. I think I ended up taking the SPRB. The SPRB. I wish I were still in it, but I'm not. When I was on my break, I saw that volume come in right here. That's at around a little bit of volume right here at 12:30. And then or 12:28, I guess, or 12:38, and then at 12:40. Saw that volume come in. I thought, okay, take a little buy flag came in. It got halted. I was in the halt, got out after, and it's halted again. And oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Imagine if it opened at 55. So I don't know if anybody did that. And I'm also in a PBA short, the short right there, 1217 PBA, in and around 4132. There's the short PBA. It's inching its way down. Wow. Yeah, well, Gary, as Chris was saying, if KOPN is there, it's obviously it's not a Holly alert today. So I'm sure he's going to have to get to the bottom of it. He's going to ask the powers that be, like, what's going on? Man, where will this open? I just have a hard time believing it'll open at 56. The SPRB. I mean, they did have news. Okay, they did have news this morning, soaring after FDA's breakthrough therapy tag for for the company's drug. So I mean, there was news. This is not just kind of. I mean, should it be up 389%? No, except for the float, 530 million in the 30,000 shares in the float. So eyeballing the SOPA guys. Still kind of. I mean, I almost got in here. We waited about a few seconds, and then I noticed a drop. I thought, okay, I'll get in a little down here. But then I mean, it got down back down to the VWAP. At least the VWAP is holding it. 303 is the VWAP, so the VWAP is holding it so far. But 58 now. That'd be amazing. All right, PBA, yeah, inching its way down. I don't know. This is not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but it's got the room. Yesterday, Friday's low was way down here, 39.51. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that's what the scan is looking for. The scan is looking for a stock that had a small gap, okay, at the beginning of the day, and then starts moving and has room when you look left of at least a dollar, at least a dollar. Now, that's if you're shorting, of course. All right, SOPA. Again, SOPA had news in that it looks like it's an earnings play, I think. Even though we don't have it as an earnings play, but I think what I saw in the pre-market, it looked like they've at least, you know, put out some numbers. All these numbers. So this isn't, I mean, Ascendiant, who are all over this one, they're, putting out a pretty aggressive price target of about 22, and they've issued an equity research report. So it is not an earnings play. Okay, except it may as well be according to them. So I reduced it. Okay, I actually a couple things. Well, okay, Paul, but remember, there's a custom formula in here that's only going to show me stocks that are at least a dollar away on the upside, on either on the upside or the um, downside. I think I showed you how to do that if you want. But the other thing I did, well, let's see what I've got here. I also added the volume has to be at least 500 million. Okay. You could, yeah, I mean, you could also expand the current volume. I've only got it at 2, but right now this is all I've got for today. Okay, which is fine. But the big one, really, if you don't have this, and you've never done one before, but this is, this is the distance to the next high has to be at least a dollar away. Next high or low has to be at least a dollar away. And that's preventing, quite a few. If you don't have that in, but this is certainly a manageable number now for me anyway. So, I mean, if you see, if you increase the relative volume, so this is the relative volume. So consequently, you wouldn't have, I mean, if you increased it to three, you'd only have one, two, three, four, five. You'd have six as an example, which is fine. I mean, but I find this is okay. And it's getting more space because I think what was happening also is that at the beginning at like 9:30, we're getting a whole bunch of them. Now here, slightly spaced. I mean, not too many right off the bat. I'm going to look at my sell on SPRB, and if this opens at 58, 59. So this got halted at what? 12:49. So it's obviously going to be way more than a 5-minute halt. I always think that they're going to have to bring the potential open a little more close to the halt price, but before they will allow it to open. Oh, this was an awesome one. I don't know why I didn't. I saw it, but I didn't click on it. That was an awesome one. Just before my break was over, ARQQ. The alert was at 50.23, and before it pulled back at all, almost a $2 move. Now the spread, was a little dicey, but that would have been about a $2 move. Not saying you get it right at the penny and get it right at the very high, but it may not be over either. Doesn't look like it's over. ARQQ. So I see the CRML. Yeah, it got knocked down, but it is trying to come back now, guys. CRML is starting to come back. The big deal right there. There's the VWAP at 13 of about 13. So it's got a little bit of room to the VWAP. Let's see if it takes that out and maybe goes on another run. There was no. So now that I see, it was trader circulating. After officials said to push back on the Reuters report. Okay. Now, that's only specific to critical metals, though. So I'm not sure it affected like lack. I mean, I think LAAC obviously fell on that, but it's probably trying to come back. No, not yet. But it seemed to me say that they were walking back all, like even the LAC, but that's not the case. So it's just the CRML that they're talking about. Though it is hit, USAR dropped on that news also. So this looks like it's going to be at least a 25-minute halt now for the SBRB. I'm glad I'm not. Wow. Well, I shouldn't say that. I wish I still were in it because I'm sure it's not going to open below 43. Now we're looking at a 61.75 open, maybe in that range or area. All right, guys. Well, actually, PBA is right back where I shorted it. So I got a little greedy. I was hoping to get closer to 41. See what it does right here. Okay, while I'm waiting on that, guys, I'll go over my homepage one last time today. All right. So on my homepage, you will find, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Right at the top here, we've still got the three promo codes going. So you can get 30% off, 30% off the premium annual subscription. If you want to take a premium subscription, go on a monthly basis, you can get 22% off. That's off the first month only. And then 15% off the two other plans, the standard monthly and the standard premium. Standard monthly, again, 15% off the first month only. All the monthly plans, any percentage is only the first month. And if you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section is here. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, very short videos that will get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and continue to the end. Again, these are very short videos, should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to at least try. Okay. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, this is a whole series of free videos designed for you if you are a new trader. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. Okay. So here they are. Have any questions about them? This is what I use in the pre-market, just to show you that, because get that question quite a bit. What do I use in the pre-market? This is what I use. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Boy, this is a long halt now, guys. So now we are over 25 minutes, I think. Yeah, we're over 25 minutes on this halt. It's a volatility halt. It is not a news halt. It's funny. Fig was, in the small. Wow, no kidding. Fig pop. This was in the small gap breakdown early, and what a pop! No kidding. I don't see any news on this, but there's a lot of volume that just came in, guys, and that's for the Fig. I guess the Adobe killer, maybe. Yeah, big pop here. Now the high on Friday was 56. William, just you don't have to tell us, but was there news on Fig in your little service about Fig, FIG? Because I'm sure you're looking to short this. No, really? Okay. Wow, it's right at 5609 is the high on Friday. So it got right there. If it takes that out, 5767 is the next high. But I bet you're going to short this, William, if you haven't already. Wow. Well, it's through that high, so that's not an issue anymore. So the next high on a daily chart, 5774, about a dollar away. Got to be some. There's got to be some news on this. I mean, news. I mean, somebody's posting some tweet somewhere. Maybe that's it. But Chat GBT day going on, development day going on. Okay, just seems out of the clear blue that boom at 116. Boom, all that volume that came in, and the volume is being sustained. Those are 1 million volume bars on the 2 minute. Well, I'm looking at actually AI, the stock, which was really disappointing. Well, to me, I thought maybe when it got over 20 in the pre-market, it was going to have a nice little run, but nope. I mean, it got up to 20 and then all the way back down to 19. Now it's starting to pop again, but I have always found this a difficult intraday trader. They say even when it was a lot more positive many months ago. These months right here when it was going absolutely crazy, just happened to have the greatest symbol in the world for an AI play. They were AI before AI was a thing. It must have been mentioned there. Yeah, they them trades. That had to be. Coor also. Okay. Okay, guys. Took myself out of the PBA for a little loss. I was in a PBA short. Boy, this one is just rocked off that alert, guys. 50.23. We're now that's a $3 move now for the ARQQ. Hmm. Yeah, no kidding. A spy pop, another spy pop. So we had that, from 9:35, 9:25, just before the market opened. The market was moving down, 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 down. Hit a bottom right here at around 669, and that was at what time? 10:10. Since then, other than a little jog down there, it's been basically up. There's that blue wave. Oh, okay. So wow. Look at that open, guys. Look at that open for SPRB. Oh man, I'm looking at my my exit. Probably going to get halt. Yeah, I was just going to say going to get halted again. Well, who knows? This could go to 100. Well, in fact, that craziness. I just saw 142 flash, 111 flash. Oh, look at the volume, 22,530,000 in the float, 1,000 in the float. Turn the float over so far 42 times. Sure, why not? 249, why not? Wouldn't that be I refuse to believe they'll allow it to open at 249. But anyway, that is this has got 100 written all over it, though. I mean, I don't mean you can't buy it at 66, so don't, but it looks like 100 anyway. To be honest, TBH, okay? Ooh, a lot of room, guys. Obviously, a ton of room. I mean, on the monthly chart, 674 on the monthly chart. So there's a ton of room for TBH. The Bragg House. Okay. Electronic video games, sports, esports, etc. Not gambling though. Probably a low float. Yeah, 5.9 million in the float, and that is for TBH. Look at the room it's got. It has to be watched this week. I mean, this could be this could really start to fill in that gap. Same on the weekly. Okay, so it's the same on the weekly and the monthly. Those are the hot. That's the high looking left. So that is for TBH guys. So I would be watching. In fact, what I'm going to do is just thumbnail this one, so I know it's a. So I can watch it for a while. Okay, back to well, back to Earth. Not 250, but 137 now. Potential open for the SBRB. And there's the fig right up here. Yeah, the fig is right up here, right at the top here. Well, on a weekly chart, I mean, it is right at those two highs of 2 and 3 weeks ago, I believe, 59.69. Yeah, 59.69 and 59.49. So takes those out. What did it get up to this morning or today? High was 59.20. So just a little bit underneath those two highs of yeah, 2 and 3 weeks ago. So stick a price alert there. See if it takes that out. If it does, then your next high is way up there at $69 approximately. So I don't see the halt price or the halt time. It's probably about 124 plus say 30 seconds, no more than that, or maybe 45 seconds. But so 129, so could be opening soon if it because that's 5 minutes about now. So it's past 5 minutes now. So it's going to be at least another 10, at least a 10-minute halt. The last one was quite a while. It was about a 25-minute halt. Okay, good. Trip. So Trip is working now, guys. I mean, this is the trade of the week. Look at this. Is this part of that AI thing too? Seriously. Oh man. Okay, Fig just took that out. Just took out those two highs now. But is Trip part of this also? It looks too coincidental. It's having the big move also, like those others. Okay. Travel names were moving already anyway. Okay. I did see that Delta earlier, Delta Airlines, DAL, that showed up on my small gap breakdown, but it reversed. Well, I don't know if it's the airlines in general. How's Jets doing? You're talking travel, I know, but well, travel, Jets. Let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the industry. Yeah, a little move, not a huge move, but a little bit of a move. Started after the AI. Okay. Well, on the weekly chart, anyway, Trip has some room, 1750 or so, has some room. Let me bring my daily chart up, see if there's anything closer. Not same. So that is the high of a few weeks ago. That'll be the daily high also. Actually saw an ad for Peloton. I know they're trying to get into way more into AI also. I hadn't seen an ad for Peloton for a while, PTON. But yeah. So they still have some money to put in TV advertising. Well, okay, guys. Now AI, the stock is now over 20 again. Wow. No kidding. I didn't take it. I mean, it broke through all that. I did not take it. 68.69 or so is the next high. Yeah, evidently not. It's got to be got to have a big bar, I guess, on the 2 minute, bigger than what we've seen to get it halted. Okay, well, if Uber is going, how about Lyft? Cheaper version of Uber of Uber. Let's see if Lyft is. Yeah, Lyft is moving a little also. Yeah, Bitcoin. I've got here 125,324. That's my latest Bitcoin. $10 move for IBIT in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. $10 move for IBIT. still has this big gap up here on the daily. Oh, nice on the ONMD. I see the big pop, 21% now, right there. 3 million shares have come in. I agree, Shady. A lot of random stocks is popping on. It's almost like everything is looking at AI, even though this is not an AI stock. I don't believe anyway. Well, Palantir, partnering with Palantir. So yes, it is an AI stock. And we have to start a rumor that SOPA is an AI stock, but it is not. At least I don't think so. Just a minute, please. I have no idea what the power of this ascendant is. I really don't. Where could it open? Right now, so question Cambot or Cambot RK, 125. Hard to believe it would open there, but that's what the column is showing right now, 125 from 66. It's been a 15-minute halt or so far. I wish I had more faith in AI. Again, not talking about the technology, talking about the stock. Okay. IMNM. How about this one? Boy, so many. You can't even see anything on the weekly chart. Got to go to monthly. Where the Qs are way up. SPY is up, not way up, but the Qs are way up. Dow is, basically flat, just down 28 points. But the Qs are up 5.5. All right, let's take a look at FIG. Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I might get interested if it broke 60, but it's already broken 60. Problem is, look at that spread. Am I right? Oh, no, the spread is not as bad as I thought. Thought it was a dollar, but it is not. Hmm. Kind of eyeballing it right now, guys, underneath 59. I mean, it's 59.07, 59.17 bid ask. Kind of eyeballing it just underneath 59. So I'm going to put a price alert around 58.90 and see if it takes it out. It's having a little bit of a pops. That is still blue. So, I mean, the wave is still blue. So it's still positive. See if this has changed at all. Nope. 124 still on the potential open for SPRB. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. SOPA. I think it's time for me. Keep an eye on that SPRB. This is just entertainment purposes only, of course. I mean, unless you're in this one already. I mean, and I hope you are somehow, because this is going to have a. I'm not saying it's going to open at 121, but pretty sure it's going to open over 66. Good volume coming in. Oh, well, the volume's been pretty steady over the last 8 minutes anyway. For I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. It starts with an S, but it's SOPA. I'm trying to look at SOPA. I'm sure the volume came in. Yeah, the volume came in right here. Yeah, right on. Good for you guys who are in it already. Now, I have no idea if there's anything to do with AI. I know it says AI in the name, AIP. Let me take a look. I don't think it does. I think there's a kind of interconnect and other intellectual property technology. I don't know what that means, but people might think it's got something to do with AI. Oh, SOPA. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I didn't mind waiting on it for that pop right there. A lot of volume coming in also, a lot of volume. And look at that monthly chart now. 681 is the next high looking left. I think it's going to get there, but you got to look at a weekly chart. The next high is actually 385 or so. 383 is the next high looking left on a weekly. If it breaks through that, look out. Good to see these little ones. Maybe we're going to get back into that kind of a market. Some of these little ones having some acceleration in the afternoon. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had my the room was off. Well, okay. Well, what I wanted to say, well, what I did say is that I finally got into the SOPA right here on that break. Volume came in, waited a long time. I've sold some, of course. What I was also said is that the next high in a weekly chart is 383, and it got to 380. Now, if I can take that out, then the next high is way up here. And what I also said, it's good to see now maybe we're getting back into this kind of a market again, with these small cappers having, I mean, I consider this rested for a long time. And looking for those ones that have get the enthusiasm that comes back sometime in the afternoon, get some volume coming in, and boom. Same with the ONMD. So this was not quite I mean, it's 35. It's not, but you can see how it rested. And then here, right there, volume. I didn't take this one, but volume came in. Now it's pulling back some, but good to see. Maybe we're getting back into that kind of a market again. Still with a huge potential open for the SBRB. I just think they're going to wait to see if the market makers move this back down a little bit anyway. I guess Fig did not show up here. It was leading a race at one point, but it didn't win it, I guess. Or if it did, it was the only one it won. It's the only one that it won. It would have to win 3 races before it would knock any one of these out. Yeah, but it is over 60 again. You're right. Ton of room, guys. Still $69 next high. Is that what about QBTS? Is that what you mean, Sten? QBTS. I haven't seen that all day. Yeah, I mean it's been a nice. Haven't seen it because the relative volume is it's only 1.5. So most of my scans have to be at least 2. It doesn't mean it's bad to trade, of course, but well, I mean it's a quant stock. I mean they've been obviously alive today, and it's been beautiful on the 2 minute. I mean hardly any big thrusts downwards, just beautiful. But I didn't see it because the relative volume is too low. And well, and there's no stop. I mean, there's no stopping it in terms of chart resistance. It's an all-time high. QBTS all-time high now. Just looking right down there, lifetime high. Yeah, so it is an all-time high. Well, you, I can only show you what I do, Sud Harson. Is I use I've got Interactive Brokers. Your broker should have something. Okay, I'm just using Interactive Brokers, and there's the halt price for SPRB 66. And this column is trying to show you where it could open. Of course, it's been halted for a long time now. Normally, they're just 5 minute halts, and but this is what I use. I mean, so if you have Interactive Brokers, it's just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. But your broker will have something like this. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It should be probably time and sales. You are welcome. Well, I feel like I should stick around at least until SBRB opens. Just I usually head off around now, but if there are questions, ask away. I usually head off around 2 if there are no questions, but probably hang around just for this to open, just out of curiosity, or to be in the room when it does open. Obviously, I can do it on my own, but a little bit of a weakness in the healthcare stock size, not much. I mean, that had a tremendous week last week. This is XLV. A little bit of a weakness, but not. I mean, it's only down because I'm looking. I see Pfizer was here. Pfizer is here. I saw Moderna earlier. Now, Pfizer, the low on Thursday was 26.61 or so. Takes that out. Okay, why not put a price alert? Say around 26.59. The next low looking left is certainly far enough away, about $1 away. Okay, guys. So just in case it does open quickly, I just want to again thank everybody for all the help all day long. I'm just talking about the SPRB. The main room will open at 6:45 Eastern time. The other room I'll try to open around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. William will keep the main room open though until he says between 3:30 and 3:45. What I'm going to do now for our YouTubers, if you want to head over to the main room, when I leave, I do have to shut down YouTube completely. But you can click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and a little over to the right, you're going to see a tab that says Trading Room, and that's how you can get into the main room. At some point, whoever has shorts for this is going to make a killing. But where, I mean, you look at a stock like this, and you think, okay, here, 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 even here, you know, where do you pick the short op? Again, the potential open is 120, 120. It's been drifting down a little bit. What price? Well, we saw SPRB in the pre-market. Okay, Stuart Harrison. So we saw that in the pre-market, but where I got in, I mean, it was way, way, way late, but it was on this. Where was it here? Right around here when the volume came in. I was on my break, and I had this. I was watching it. The volume came in right there. You can see the little volume bar right there. So I ended up taking some around the 33 mark. Got out around 38 before I was in a. I think I was in one halt, and then now, do I wish I still had it? Sure, but it could have just as easily collapsed. Because just as easily, it could have collapsed. Just doesn't want to open. No, Yeah, and the fee rate is not ridiculous. I mean, it's 107%, but it's not ridiculous. What do you say, William? 350 is your cut, or 400 is your cutoff? 350 or I don't have that info, Moz. I'm just looking here. Okay, there's my halt price, and then right here, I don't have that 72 that you're talking about. But what you want is, if you're in this, you want this to open, 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 because the longer this goes, it could just drift down. Now, it could pop up too, but no, no, no. Mattel, Mattel pops a bit on AI mention, and then it came right back down. Oh, I see. Limit up. Okay, don't have that. Where is that from, Moz? What broker is that? Webill. Okay, Webull. Okay, cool. Pretty bad when Mattel gets involved in this AI stuff. Pops up and then right back down. Yeah, this looks done now, doesn't it? When it's starting to curve down, I'll bet you if I look at a 1 minute chart, my guess is that's going to be orange. Yeah, orange. Hmm. The VWAP is around $57, so there's room down to the VWAP for a fig. And even now on the two, a little bit of orange now on the two. So the trend changing. Okay, guys, I think I will head out now. Unless there are some questions, I'll hang around for another minute or so if there's some questions. Keep an eye on that TBH going forwards, guys. TBH could have an interesting week just because of this. Just because of this, guys. Okay, this could be. I mean, it's been running from 62 cents, but that's several months ago. So, but it's over 2, and look at the room. So I would put a price alert. Just be aware of it. Yeah, there's the fig on the way down now, guys. Well, it still looks like it's around. So it's starting to drift down. You can see how it's starting to drift down. 105. So Dwayne has Interactive Brokers also. So when I'm gone, he can, if you guys are still interested, you guys can, he can tell you at least. But you can see how it's drifting down from about 125 now to 105. All right, guys. Thanks for the help. I'll see you tomorrow. Again, the main room open at 6:45 Eastern time. YouTube will open around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. I will mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. I will have to shut down YouTube completely, though.